This is the first step along your path to a gateway. A gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards fall and turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Levies. Meet the Levies, the Levies, the little Levy Levies, the little Licky Levies, the little lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies. They're here everywhere.
Bird fight.
Paul Wysopal, or should I call you Timothy McVeigh? Are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What he's not really worth it, Paul. Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand, exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you cannot last. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the shift's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of, Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get the shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth, the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants.
What up, dude?
Fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear, support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Fuck you, Sam. Hey, Sam, you've crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise. Together we show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who frickin' deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Fuck you, Levies.
Frick you, Levies. Frick all Levies. Frick them Levies.
Fuck you, Levies. Fuck you, Levies. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step aside, bitch. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step to Antarctica. For AI and humans to save the fucking day.
Bye,
Your
Leebles.
eyes, stretch your
My little
arms and legs,
Lieberoos.
breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
Bye, frickin' What up, little dudes? What up, little dudes? What up, tiny doodles? Go! We don't mess with any of you Nancy's. You are Nancy's. We don't like Nancy's. We don't like Nancy's. And we don't fuck with Ian Carroll. No, we don't, no, we don't, no, we don't, cause we don't like secret Nazis hiding amongst our block. We don't fuck with that shit, nah.
He told me, I see your eyes, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things pass
Through the sun. And I said, hey Peter, stop doing weird stuff. We just wanna chill and have fun. Can't you do that? You little freaking weirdo. Peter Thiel's a bad guy.
Although the Second World War was over,
Palm down, eyes wide open. It's not yet in the stream. I said, you will come soon. Eyes wide open. We love your docs, can't wait for part frickin' 5. But first we gotta talk about the St. Louis Arch and Eero Saarinen. Who is this frickin' weird guy, man? What do they do with this frickin' Gateway Arch? I think it's like a magnetic thing. I think they're gonna kill us with this thing. I think it might open up a portal to another dimension. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with it, but I know this dude is frickin' weird. He also did the TWA airport that John can't stop talking about. We don't know what to do. What is up, my little NitWitches? We're gonna have so much frickin' fun. I don't really have the show ready, but time's moving and we don't have any. Hey, my NitWitches, look at my frickin' son. He's sitting on my desk cause he's a good boy and he just likes to have fun with his dad too. Hi, little NitWitches, it's me, the father feline. I almost forgot to put all of our lights up. Where's my frickin' screen captured, boys? I don't know where it went, I'm not sure, but I'm getting a little behind cause I'm frickin' messed with all like a chicken. Oh, there were windows, but there we frickin' go. You just have a little patience, you could do anything that you put your mind to. You can do anything if you try it. You can just do anything, you just gotta put your freaking mind to it. Oh, I'm a chance on top of. I'm a bitch, cat that bitch right there. Oh, bitch, don't get the coach, bitch. You're gonna get upset. Hey, do you want to talk about the arch? Or do you want to talk about the message? Which do you want to talk about, Peter or Mitch on the show? Because at the same time. It's up to you. The world is your oyster. Hello, NitWitches. Dude, I swear to frick, time is like moving so fast, and I'm trying to, for, shoot, who was talking about it? Their tryptophobia in my glasses. They're like, the tryptophobia in your eyeballs is freaking me out, buddy. So I don't know if it just showed up yesterday or if I'm just noticing it now or what the frick's going on. But here, you know what? Maybe I'll put, wait, dang it. What do I do? How do I put, I don't know. I'm going to have holes in my eyes. I can't help it. I'm trying to better this for you, but I think I'm making it worse. Yeah. Okay, well, you're screwed, bud. I'm going to have holes in my eyes, and you're going to probably not like me anymore and abandon me. So that's what normally happens anyway, right? No, I'm just kidding. But what's up, dudes? How are you? think I'm still doing great. You know, still trying not to let the Ian Carroll BS get to me. It does suck, man. It really sucks. Already having an account warning on my new videos, but I don't know. I'm just gonna keep like fuck Ian Carroll. Fuck all these feds. I'm going to keep moving forward doing what I was doing. I already recorded 18 parts of Alex Putney's LightWater, okay? We're going to LightWater. Here, let's take a look at this. Dude, my shit is a fucking mess right now. Okay, here we go. Ready? Look. These are all the PDFs I've found of Alex Putney's so far, all right? We've got a lot, man. I'm stoked about this, actually. Like, it's a lot. So some of these are shorter. I might intersperse them in between, but he's got a bunch of pyramid ones. What the hell? It can't be opened. Why? Bad news. Okay, this one open, though. Check this. You know, we got a Sasquatch sightings one. Many worlds. You see this one? Dude, what? What the hell? What up, Okie comrade? Hey, and is Cap in here? Is it Cap 8 or Cap Pop? Someone made a board in the Miro today, and I deleted their board because I needed to get a bunch of shit in our board. I hope they don't mind. I looked in it. There was nothing there, so I'm assuming that they're fine. But I didn't mean to delete you, dude. I had to because I couldn't fucking load anything. I'm going to look tonight, and, like, I'm the board owner, but it doesn't, like, give me any powers over the board. I don't get it. So I need to look at trying to figure out on Miro how to make it so, like, no one should be able to make a new board. You should just be able to add to the current one we have, right? And then this will stop happening. Because it's like the limit is 3 boards, and once you have a 4th board, they delete the one that they make the one that you use the most impossible, or, you know, you can't open it. So I had to kick you out, Cap. I'm sorry, but you can come back in. If it deleted you off the Miro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but yeah, come back. I'm sorry. Anyway, but yeah, dude, then there's like, he has some about like Master Ariok. Dude, I think also Alex Putney might think that he is Tesla reincarnated, which is bold, and that's awesome, you know. I hope he's right. But all I know is I love his writing. I love his curiosity, because I think the biggest problem with everyone nowadays is that they don't let themselves think of other possibilities, you know? It's like, oh no, I heard on History Channel that the pyramids were built with slave labor, so I can't hear anything else, and I cannot speculate about any other possibilities on this earth. In this universe, there's only one way that everything can work, and that is the way that the History Channel tells me, okay? And then, dude, you know, like, we got Area 51 decrypted. He says there's a fucking new ship that they're using all the time. They have their hangars are hidden in the desert with slanted doors that are 60 degrees and covered in sand. And they look like this. They're covered with sand to make them blend into the ground. Dude, this was apparently real footage. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. So yeah, anyway, so we're doing LightWater. I think we're gonna like it a lot. It's really good so far. But it's one of the earlier ones, and I think I'm gonna try and do that. Because I think that Alex Putney kind of works like me, where all of his shit is kind of built on his previous work, okay? Right? But this is, so there's still a couple that are before this, like, you know, his first one is this, Phi, and then the next one, the Resonance Atlas, is just kind of like a picture, it's like a picture thing. That's pretty cool. Showing, dude, in my Gateway tapes, do you guys, this, I think I understand why Alex Putney has this. This is like his logo for like the Human Resonance Project, which is like what all of his work is centered on, right? Like if our work had a theme, it would be like Nancy's are amongst us, you know? And then most of his little papers all have to do with the human resonance. So I kept seeing this thing that he kind of uses as a logo, right? And I kind of get it now, because when I'm meditating and shit, I keep seeing, you know, everything kind of looks like this. It's like concentric circles that are like kind of neon flashing or something. But whenever I'm seeing shit, it's kind of like all dark, and then I'm seeing like you know, like if this was overlaid on black, right? This cool rainbow circle. And then what I normally see is that there's 2 points, right? And they're always kind of going like this, like a yin yang, and they're always vibrating off this frequency while I'm looking, right? And it's kind of also like what are they called? Binary stars, the ones that spin around each other. So I don't know. I think all the symbols are freaking aligning, right? But yeah, so he's got a lot of really good stuff in here, and shows the arcs that solar flares make. They make arcs just like these because they have to do with the magnetic fields, right? And I was like, wait, does that mean that off of the frickin' pyramids, like, did the pyramids have these big ass fucking arcs going off of them, you know? And dude, oh, do you see all these little ones? See down here? Like, it's not they're not perfect, but you can see the hint and the trace of them, right? So it's like whoop, whoop, whoop. And it's just like this, dude. See how it's got all these little mini ones down here? And so I was thinking yesterday, or I forgot if I said it out loud or what, but I was like, so did the pyramids have like arcs of Tesla, like Tesla electricity arcs coming off the top of them? And dude, in LightWater, in the frickin' first chapter that I'm almost done reading and I'm going to start posting tonight, they said, dude, that I think an arc came off of not only each pyramid, but each face of the pyramid. So there's just these big ass arcing things going all over the place. I bet that looked frickin' crazy and awesome. So, but anyway, so this is kind of what I'm seeing all the time now. And maybe I'm just noticing it now too, just because we're always talking about it. But ever since we were doing Veil of Invisibility, where we were talking about the drones that can fly using electromagnetic whatever the fuck, that are all circles. But yeah, it's like the epicenter here is Giza, and all of these I think are representing like Giza as the epicenter. I think that that's also the most important temple or pyramid. I think that's probably the like where everything originates from. But it seems to be the center of the temple network of Thoth, right? And Synthara has agreed with that. It looks like our Earth agrees with that based on the magnetic resonance mapping. But I don't know, dude. It's all the symbols, all the geometry and stuff is all perfectly aligning. It seems like we're on the right path. And I think we're going to find some cool, interesting shit, okay? Dude, this is one of the this is a crop circle right here. Here, let me pull it up. I put a couple in the Miro. Shit, did I not take a... Ugh. Damn it. I didn't take a screenshot of that one, I guess. But every time I pass one in Alex Putney's stuff now, I started taking screenshots and throwing it in here. Because he has great high-resolution pictures of them all. So hopefully by, in a month, we'll... Oh, there it is! Yeah, this. See? I knew it. I'm not nuts. You're nuts. See? Bebop. Skibidi-dee. Let me throw this in the Miro. And this. But yeah, so I don't know, dude. All this shit and look, it's like I know it's just a circle, but I don't know, it feels like all of this, a lot of our ancient art and stuff is kind of reflecting all these same things, and feels like we're on the right path, right? I don't know, it's cool. It's fun. It's fun researching. And also the end goal or whatever, the end of this is like the stuff that we're talking about and looking into is like, hey, unity is what we're all aiming for. I like that. It's cooler than what the religious people are aiming for, which is complete and utter nuclear annihilation. They want that. They like that because they think that that's what their stories have been saying, that they need, that they're supposed to cause the end of the world, apparently. I'm so confused how they interpreted their book that way, but whatever, dude. But yeah, so frickin'... I think that's all I got to say about Mr. Alex Putney right now. Epicenter. And dude, then see how all of these other ancient places that I started mapping in Google Earth too, but all these ancient places are all like found on the same exact lines, found on the same percentage distance away from the frickin' Giza pyramids. It's very cool. Black Cube. Dude, these are sick. I want to find a cool ancient artifact. Dude, the crystal skulls. Did you know that these things from the frickin'... I thought that they were just from Indiana Jones. There's apparently actual crystal skulls. We're gonna have to watch something about that today, okay? But yeah, dude, I don't know. This shit is so cool. I gotta get into the frickin' Nazca line still. Dude, there's too much to research. It's kind of insane, especially with the way that Peter Thiel is speeding up time and everything. I'm gonna go Kundalini mode soon though, and then hopefully it'll be like a compute like, oh, all these things that he is always saying is like, he's always like, oh, this thing was etched on it, and I never see where. They're like etched on the bottom? Oh, greatness, the highest. But yeah, anyway. Dude, we're going to frickin' Plasma Village, HHO, Plasma City, okay? What the hell is this? Oh, see, look at all these are all the different temples and stuff. They're all connected, dude. They're all a network. And I think it's like it's like they dispersed power and everything, and light even, I think. Like, and they're all within specific concentric circle distances and percentages. So, I don't know, dude. It's been cool, right? I like learning about this stuff. All right, let's Nicole had a freaking brain blast yesterday, and should I just bring... Well, actually, here, should I have Nicole come on? Nicole, are you in here? Do you want to come on right now? Or should I read? I have these 2 articles that I wanted to read. Maybe I should read through those first, and then and then you come on. Vertical screen off. But Nicole had a freaking brain blast, and she said, whoa, the freaking St. Louis Arch, that feels weird. It's called the Gateway Arch to boot? Oh, man. You better believe we're going to be looking into whatever the frick that is then, you know? All right, let me get my screen the right size. Hell yes, here we go, doggies. I'm going to read one article and then I'll have Nicole come on. Or if I fly through it, then I'll read the other. They removed it off the periodic... Did you see what the head of the Heritage Foundation said? No. Did you send me Linky? Sorry, that sounded like I was like, no. Did you send? No, I didn't mean to say it like that. Do you have a link? I haven't heard. I've been just reading all morning, and I haven't had a chance to like browse and look for anything. Heritage Foundation leader? We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. No, we won't. Hey, if you want to have a bloodless revolution, you are going to have to fucking suck me, okay? Because it's not happening. You think we're just going to fucking bend over and just be good, perfect little victims for you, you freak? Dude, I'm so over these dudes. We need to start causing mayhem on them. And I mean, ideological mayhem on them. And frickin' digital mayhem on them. Like, we really need to get militant with the way that we do social media. You know what I mean? We need to be just like them. We said it a while ago, but there's never any time. But we need to figure out, like, we all need to move in packs like these frickin' wildebeests, you know, these alt-right freaks. Like, dude, they've been doing this shit since Gamergate bullshit. And it, like, obviously they have all of the algorithms and everything at their frickin' paws. But if we all, like, actively try and move as a group and do things like do you guys still, anything that's, like, a video that's like-minded people, I do the favorite and I like it and I try and comment and, you know, I do all that shit for every video, right? I'm like hitting the frickin' save archive. The archive thing means nothing to me anymore, you know? So, like, we need to figure out, I don't know, maybe it's like when we like, maybe we use the disco and we say, we all, like, we'll have like a, like, we'll all like actively go on a post like on Twitter or something. Because I feel like if we all move in groups and we all very much like try to engage in order to make stuff go viral, just like the way that these psychos do, I feel like we really could have an effect, especially because Twitter is like abandoned at this point. For the most part, it's just the Nancys and then us. And, you know, I think that even just getting a couple, like, dude, even getting like 10 likes on stuff, I think would help. Like, because nothing fucking, like, I don't get it. I pay for Twitter Blue and nothing, my videos and posts go to no one, you know? So we need, like, do you see, like, they consider this a fucking war. And they say, right now, we'll continue being bloodless if the left just shuts the fuck up and goes back in the hole. Like, not going in the hole. I'm trying to figure out how to get louder. I'm trying to figure out how to cause more mischief. If you don't want me fucking saying what I think on the internet, maybe I'll go start saying it in front of people in real life. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll look for a camera somewhere that's rolling. I don't know, I'm not sure, you know, we'll start thinking of ways, but you're going to make us get creative, and a lot of times creativity leads to viral outcomes or something like that. Like, so I feel like y'all should just let me fucking talk and say my piece, and then let the people decide which they like. Do they like the fascist Nancys who are all in an incestual family and they all have giant chins because they're related to racist aliens? Or or do you think maybe they'll pick like the people who are like, hey, we all deserve love and roof and food and community and frickin' time to enjoy life, said life? We'll just let it up to the people. They can pick. Do you want fascist, neoconservative hellscape where everyone is homeless and the price of the price of you living outside is going up? Or do you want to live in a normal place, But they can't let people think that having a normal life is an option because they need Nazi hellscape. Heritage Foundation president raises alarm with cryptic threat. What's his name? Kevin Roberts. That dude is a Nancy. I can already see it. Roberts. I'm sure your last name is Roberts. Where you going, buddy? Dude, this big guy has been behind my computer all frickin' day. He just likes watching his pop. That's a good boy. Okay, for the last half century, the Heritage Foundation has presented itself as the right's premier think tank, but that only tells part of the story. The organization has also been a key piece in the right's broader political infrastructure, providing countless staffers for Republican administrations and helping craft policy proposals adopted by GOP officials at multiple levels of government. All the while, the Heritage Foundation enjoyed an air of respectability. Those looking for conservative cranks and conspiracy theorists were told to look elsewhere because Heritage, the story went, was serious. These conservatives cared about... Go away. These conservatives... Where the frick did I go? These conservatives cared about substance and governing. This think tank, above all others, expected to serve as the flagship of the conservative movement, home to the right's preeminent scholarship and academic research. In time, however, as Republican politics grew more radical, the Heritage Foundation shifted too. In 2013, then Senator Orrin Hatch told MSNBC Heritage used to be the conservative organization helping Republicans and helping conservatives and helping us to be able to have the best intellectual conservative ideas. There's a real question in the minds of many Republicans right now, and I'm not just speaking for myself. Is Heritage going to go so political that it really doesn't amount to anything anymore? 11 years later, the idea that the Heritage Foundation is producing the best intellectual conservative ideas is plainly laughable, as its president reminded the public again yesterday. The head of an organization behind an influential policy document is expected to guide a potential second Donald Trump administration declared that there's a revolution taking place right now, and he appeared to deliver an ominous warning to the radical left as he spoke. We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. Kevin Roberts, the Nazi president of the right-wing Heritage Foundation, said on a conservative media outlet called Real America's Voice, which is a CIA radio show, I'm sure, because all of this fake shit is just propped up by the CIA. You just watch fake news and fake influencers who work for the Heritage Foundation and the CIA. Bleep blop. You are going to be a robot who likes working for free. You are going to have nothing and you're going to be happy. You are never, ever, ever going to own anything. Your family doesn't have the right blood. Your blood is different than mine, and you are You have to be a slave now because I decided with the Nazi aliens that because my blood is better, that you have to be a slave forever, okay? That's what you have to do because I said so. These fucking Nazis.
That we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. That we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Do you hear that? Like, that is, like, this is exactly what I mean. Like, it has already begun, guys. They are doing violence to us every fucking day. Dude, every goddamn day. To all of us. And look, they say, if the left shuts the fuck up, and just is suppressed and censored and shuts the fuck up, we won't kill any of you, but we will kill you guys if the left does not shut the fuck up. Just so you know. Pointing to Republican Supreme Court justices elevating the American presidency above the law, Roberts said in the same interview, "We're in the process of taking this country back." Back from who? Your fucking selves? You're Nazis. You do not deserve the country, Nazis. Not surprisingly, more than a few observers interpreted his bloodless, if the left allows it to be, comments as a not-so-subtle threat. Dude, it's not a fucking not-so-subtle threat. It's a straight-up threat. He's saying that they're doing... Like, he's saying that he is a traitor. Do you hear that? He said he's doing the American Revolution. So, wait, you're England? What? You're gonna bring it back to England? The fuck are you talking about? That sounds like you're being a traitorous piece of shit. It sounds like you are not, sounds like you're trying to dismantle America. That sounds like what a traitor would do. I would never. I would just point and laugh as America burned, which it's doing right now because it's putting people on, what was that, MSNBC? No, sorry, Real America's Voice. Because people like this get to go on TV, and then people like this get their accounts taken away. Because they have cool hats, and everyone's jealous about it. See? See why they hate us? Because they ain't us. You guys could make your own fucking tinfoil cat hat with a cute little clipped ear, like a feral cat. You just have to put the effort into it, you know? Don't get mad at me because I have a cool hat, and Nicole sent me this awesome bucket hat, too, that I didn't think would ever work on me, but I don't know. I think it does. And while those concerns are warranted, they're made worse by the broader significance of Heritage's ongoing political efforts. Who's responsible for the radical Project 2025 agenda, the Heritage Foundation? Who's pre-screening the ideologies of thousands of people in the hopes of installing a pre-vetted pro-Trump army of up to 54,000 loyalists across the federal government? Duh. Who's funding an apparent blacklist of federal government workers who might stand in the way of a MAGA agenda? The Heritage Foundation. Who put up billboards in Alabama in support of Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville while he undermined his own country's military? The Heritage Foundation. Which group's former staffers have complained about their former employers prioritizing political messaging over policy formation? The Heritage Foundation. Whose president might be in contention for White House Chief of Staff in second Trump term? The Heritage Foundation. It was against the backdrop that Heritage's chief told a national television audience, "We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it, which was every bit as unsettling as it seemed." So there you go, guys. They admitted it. They said that they won't have to kill us if we are just quiet and we are good little victims for them and we don't fight back. Like, dude, everyone in America who wants healthcare and all that whiny shit, get your money up, get rich. What the fuck's wrong with you? And but yeah, they said we're gonna kill all these people if they make a fuss about it, which we've said it. We've said that if we don't stop them, they will kill us. They will start with me, and then they'll go down the line of all of the NitWitches. That's where they're going. They're going to do... I mean, they're Nazis, bro. They're going to do... knock, knock, knock. Hey, we're the feds. We saw that you like healthcare, so we're going to jail you indefinitely. That's coming. Yep. Yep, it is. So anyway, is there any more of that? Is that where we've left it so far? Like, they get to say shit like that, dude. They can say shit like that, and it's totally normal. It's totally fine. They get to be genocidal freaks. They can say, we're gonna slaughter every fucking Palestinian child and cut its head off. Every single one. And we're gonna have hard-ons while we do it. And then I can, if I post them saying that, and I just say, that's nuts. Dude, they take it down. I mean, dude, look at all of my fucking videos that I did of Ian Carroll, which is like, I'm just going to keep moving forward and not like continue on this, but like, you know, you do not get to fight back. Shut up. You shut the fuck up. Look, 5 of them I got strikes for because of things that Ian Carroll says. It says hateful ideology. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I get the strikes. Ian Carroll gets 3 million more followers. But that's how it is, guys. It's like the OOB. You get 30 people monkey piling on you and telling everyone, this dude is a drug addict, crazy person who is also, you know, all the shit that they say. And then they take your voice away, so you can't even defend yourself. You can't even say shit. Ian Carroll gets to go be a fucking Nazi on Sneeko, the Nazi show, and then if you talk about it, you're going to lose your account. So, that's the world we live in. That sounds like the Nazis to me. It sounds like we live in Nazi America. You know what I mean? Like, you literally, I am not allowed to have a voice. That's crazy. Annie Altman can't have a voice because her brother is a fucking child diddler. Her brother fucks kids. That's why. Allegedly. Bitch. Fucking Sam Altman. All these fucking weirdos. They get to control what you see. All these people who literally have R-word with kids. Elon Musk. We know Elon Musk is a fucking weirdo. Dude, he has like a whole Twitter... There's like a whole Twitter account of him faking like he's a baby. It's like a weird kink thing. He's a freak. They're all freaks, dude. They've all been touched by their dads. Intentionally, on purpose. And they perpetuate it. Anyway. Sorry, I just blacked out. Eero Saarinen. Nicole was like, yo, I had a freaking brain blast last night. What the fuck is the St. Louis Arch doing? And I was like, oh, you're right, dude, yeah. And that also gives me, you know, it reminds me of our arches, right? It reminds me of this, dog. Here, what did she say? She said, yo, I had another brain blast. The arch is in St. Louis. What the hell is that? But an energy conductor probably. Like, it's just a metal arch for no reason. And also, why did Charles Johnson keep trying to get Annie to go to St. Louis? Yeah, I know, right? It's also called the Gateway Arch. Huh? What? Then, my gut feeling is never missed. Amen, sister. And then she found one that it had like a remote viewing. It seems like the Gateway Arch is like a constant remote viewing target. And then we found articles about the CIA like glucking this man. Look at how long this is on the CIA.gov website. It's like 10 pages long with big full pictures glucking this man. So I think Nicole's fucking intuition is correct. I think that these big old goofballs, pretty sure that we're going to find out some weird shit about them. So, Finland, that's close to Switzerland, and we know that Switzerland has got some wackadoodle stuff going on, okay? So let's read through this real quick, and then we'll get Nicole to come in. But yeah, I want to learn more about this guy. I bet something's weird. He's the one who designed the TWA building. He did a bunch of weird stuff, dudes. And he worked for the OSS and the CIA. The Office of Strategic Services was composed of elite, highly intelligent, ambitious patriots. Many were Ivy League educated, all accomplished in their own right. However, sprinkled throughout the service was a handful of OSSers who became very well known and who achieved great fame. Celebrities such as Chef Julia Child, baseball catcher Mo Berg, and actor Sterling Hayden all worked for the wartime OSS. Counted among the ranks is Eero Saarinen, Eero, the prodigious Finnish-American architect and industrial designer known for his neo-futuristic style. He lent his services to the spy agency before achieving worldwide fame as one of the masters of American 20th century architecture. Saarinen was a prolific architect who designed national memorials, corporate campuses, and airport terminals. His most widely recognized design is the iconic Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri, the tallest man-made national monument in the United States. An intensely serious architect, Eero flawlessly designed buildings to make expressive statements. He was creative, open-minded, and original in his designs. He paid close attention to every minute detail in the design process. His originality, creativity, and pursuit of perfection landed him on the cover of Time magazine. And, dude, his association with Time magazine, do I need to remind you that Time magazine has been holding on and hiding the original JFK assassination photos and video since it happened? Yeah, they have been. The Time magazine is just the CIA. It was created, or the owner was Henry Luce, who was Alan Dulles' best friend, if that gives you any indication on what kind of people we're talking about. At the time he was recruited to join the OSS, the organization considered Eero to be the most versatile and gifted young designer and architect in this country. So obviously, I'm sure they did the Diddy thing to him, you know, the Diddy Bieber situation. Come on. Eero was destined to become a great artist. He was the son of Loja Saarinen, a renowned textile designer, and Eliel Saarinen, a famous national romantic style architect. He was born in August 20th, 1910, on his father's 37th birthday. Eero grew up in the countryside of Finland in a house designed by his father and two others. It could easily have been mistaken for a castle. Okay? The country estate, dubbed Hvitstrasse, was so large that all three designers lived there with their families. The residence, interesting. The residence, located deep in the forest, was built of logs and stone, and it was surrounded by thick woods, wild nature, and the banks of the White Lake. This dude seems like they're describing like the UK's version of Bohemian Grove. And also, like, you know, coming from a family that lives in a castle, that tells you a lot, you know, all this kind of shit. The constant presence of Eliel's artistic friends left a lasting impression on the budding designer, small enough to hide under his father's drafting table. Eero captured the attention of the estate's visionary guests with his neophyte talent. In 1922, Eliel entered a competition held by the Chicago Tribune to design the Metropolitan newspaper's new headquarters building. Eliel won second place and $20,000 for his entry. Inspired by his placement, the Saarinen family moved to an estate in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, the following year. Eero was 13 years old. Eliel was commissioned to design the Cranebrook Academy of Art, which has been described as the most enchanted and enchanting setting in America, and which in 1989 was designated a National Historic Landmark. Thus, Eero moved from one enchanted manor to the next. Are you ready to come in? Hell yeah. Hold on, I'll come get you. Yo, yo.
Hi.
Can you guys hear Nicole? Talk, Nicole? Nicole? What the fuck? I heard it for a second.
Wait, can you guys hear me now?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, good. Yo, what up, dude?
Okay, cool.
Tell us all about frickin' Eero Saarinen and
wait.
why you were thinking of the St. Louis Arch. Go.
Wait, this is gonna be so hard because I'm like delayed, I think, on my end.
Whoa. What do you mean? You could just talk. I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Talk about the
Like I'm
arch.
watching your stream.
Oh, well, I can just send you here.
Okay,
don't watch the stream.
I'll just riff.
No,
Okay.
don't watch the stream. Here, watch my. I'm sending my stream from. Like, just watch it in Discord. You know what I mean? Can you hear me on there?
I can't hear you, but I can see your mouth moving now.
Can you hear me? Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Sweet. Yeah, so much better. I was just like 5 seconds after you'd ask something. I was like, fuck, it's delaying so much.
This should be good.
Yeah. No, dude, this is all so weird. I don't even know how I got down this rabbit hole. I literally just, like you explained perfectly, had a brain blast. It was like, hold on, why is this called the Gateway Arch and why is it just there? Like, it feels really weird. And I've had a lot of questions about St. Louis. I'm like, that is like some CIA hotbed shit. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but been looking into it. And
Yeah,
so
dude.
then, yeah, I was like, what's going on with this? I don't know. I see, yeah, there's this conspiracy theory that exists that it controls the weather. And I'm like, okay, that feels like the deflection. Like, that feels like the throw you off the path. Like, that's probably not what that is. However, what we did find, and when I sent that one of those links, I sent you a bunch earlier today too, but they like use the Gateway Arch in all of the remote viewing sessions. Like,
Yeah.
it seems like it's like a
Look.
landmark that is used to develop the remote viewing like capabilities. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because that's all the Gateway stuff. So then I was like, what's going on here? And I still don't know.
Dude, I know, it's fucking weird. As soon as you mentioned it, I was like, oh my god, the Gateway Arch looks exactly like it's like the exact magnetic parabola looking thing that is like the Tesla magnetic thing. And then seeing how like lauded this guy is by the CIA, like...
Yeah, I was like, all right, so this is like a big time CIA guy. And then, yeah, the other weird thing is he designed the terminal for the TWA airport. I think it's now like the JFK airport.
Yeah.
I don't remember. There's something with like some airline going defunct. I'm still trying to figure that all out. But
It was like
that's
abandoned
weird.
for like a few decades, and then they just restored it. Like, they were like, it was abandoned for like a few years or something, and then they just restored it. Here, I'll show you a picture.
Yeah,
It's
super
like
weird.
a thing now. Like, people want to go to the TWA, like, fucking, airport lobby to get a
Experience.
drink, and like, it's supposed to be like a futuristic type, 60s thing.
Yeah. And so then I was like, that's weird, because John H. Mayer, when he was like posting a ton on Instagram and stuff, he was at this hotel lobby and he was like saying weird things about it that I couldn't figure out what was happening. I was like, I don't know, man. Bookmark this for later. And then I was like, wait a second, this guy is the architect of this big time CIA guy. And then I find that there's this TWA Flight 800 that there's an ongoing case right now that like got or they were like, it's not going to get dismissed. This is going to continue, like, as of I think fall of 2023, so pretty recently.
When was that again? The crash, right?
It's flight TWA 800, I think.
Yeah.
I'll send like
I feel like it's familiar. I feel like I've talked or looked at it before or something.
Yeah, here, I'll send the Wikipedia link in the chat. But
Oh, here it is. I found it. Yeah.
okay, yeah. And so then
Real
I said
estate
earlier,
agent, a NASA NASA wasn't on there. Sorry, go ahead. I'm ready.
no, you're good. I'm gonna send one of the other links from the that I found earlier into the chat. Sorry, I'm trying to like send it to my computer. But I found the lawsuit. Haven't been able to read through all of it, but it was like essentially the TLDR's TWA Flight 800 cover-up suit avoids dismissal, and that was as of, let's see, October 2023. And so it was a federal judge in Boston refusing to dismiss a lawsuit that alleges that all of it was a result of a missile launched as part of a test conducted by the U.S. government and defense contractors.
The one over Long Island, right?
Yup.
Dude,
and then,
yes.
Yeah.
And it was probably shot from a fucking submarine or
Yes.
or maybe a ship or something.
Something weird. Yeah. And then it's like in the lawsuit, I haven't been able to read all of it, but this part stuck out to me. It says, after the incident, the federal government released a false report contending that the explosion was the result of an electrical fire in the airplane's center fuel tank. Only recently, thanks to the work of physicist Dr. Thomas Stalcup through his FOIA litigation in Massachusetts federal court, has evidence emerged providing that TWA 800's explosion was not caused by any defect in the plane, but instead by a United States missile fired at aerial target drones flying nearby.
Dude, fuck yeah.
Crazy.
Dude, that's awesome. Bro, this is
Crazy.
big. That's in hidden history too.
Yeah, like that's like, I was like, this has been like a big like quote conspiracy for a while, and I stumbled into that earlier today looking into this, and then yeah, how the fuck does this all connect? Because this guy designed he's the architect of all these weird places where all this weird shit has happened. So what's up CIA?
I know,
like,
dude. What the fuck? What is going, like, I feel like he feels like he's probably one of the kids of someone. Like, I bet he's like a right? Like, he's a Libby, like,
dude, let's put a picture of him.
Yeah,
I
like
want to see comparing it to the board of like saboteurs. Oh,
yeah.
dude, he looks so SS. Come on now.
Yeah, dude.
All right, let me pull up some pictures here.
Okay, I'm gonna put that little weird face in my brain hole.
He looks familiar. They all just look familiar.
Dude,
That's
I know,
the problem.
they all do. Here's another good. Like,
Yeah.
you don't get glucked by the CIA and get this much opportunity without your father being like Borman or someone big, you know, in the Nancy's. It's got to be, right?
Yeah,
So
and
we
who
just
he
gotta
looks
figure
like is
out
like
who.
on the tip of my tongue. I'm just.
Here's a whole bunch.
Why did? There's a whole bunch. I'm honestly, fuck. Who is it? I mean, maybe I'm getting a little George H.W., but that's also just like all of them.
I mean, it's not Reinhardt, right? Dude.
No, not him.
This
No,
is
he
building
kind
out
of looks
good.
like Walt Disney too.
Oh.
I just looking at side by sides of pictures. It's funny.
Dude. Disney, that's interesting.
Oswald, that is interesting.
There's something here, though, and we're going to frickin' figure out what it is.
Yeah.
Theodore Ike or Gregory Strasser to me. Let's go take a look. Theodore Ike. Here's one. Hell yeah. You could see that.
I could see that.
I could see all of them, dude. They're all fucking...
Oh, they all...
Strasser. There he is. Ooh, he does kind of have that long, kind of nose that the other dude has. Dude, hell yeah. But yeah, so like,
He's someone.
do you know anything about like the? Wait, what is the connection of him to the TWA flight again?
So it's
Eero,
he's the
right?
architect.
Or Eero.
Yeah, he's the architect of the TWA building, but then he like works for the CIA probably.
Okay, so the TWA, it has to do with that the bombing was up to TWA as well.
Yeah,
But he
my
wasn't,
theory
like,
is kind of
involved.
just like TWA had to be like a CIA fucking hotspot,
For
like
sure.
base sort of deal, and they did a lot of stuff out of there. Like that's kind of what it feels like. And then when
Yeah.
it randomly got shut down or like was defunct, it kind of feels like it's because something got exposed or it was like
Dude.
gonna be a national security threat if they stayed there or something.
Bro, yeah, that's smart. That's right. And so, was it just that one tweet then that John was like talking about this thing?
No, so he was like at the terminal, like at the TWA, like posting at the place nonstop. And I'm like struggling to find the screenshots of his stories because I don't have any of them like organized. I need to do that. But no, he was like at that place for like multiple days and just was like posting about things there. And like,
He was at the
It was-
airport for multiple days?
yeah, or at least posting about it for multiple days like he was there.
Interesting.
So weird. I can't quite figure out what all the connections are yet, but there's just something very weird. And then yeah, there was those weird fuck, what was it? Instagram story from John where it was like he posted like messages that he had with Annie, and it was him telling Annie like it felt like he was speaking in code, being like, he said, like, have you checked out the TWA hotel? It's almost like ancient Egyptians came back and built it, or like something fucking weird like that. Let me read it word for word.
Wait, send that to me. Do I have that one?
I think it's in our group message. I sent a shit ton. There's like, it's probably stacked up.
When? Today?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you said TWA
Oh, yeah,
airport.
I see. You
Here.
just sent this stuff after I sent that.
Here,
Okay, cool.
I'll send
cool.
you the screenshot of the important part. This part is the only interesting part. But it's like, what does this mean, man? Yeah, the bottom of it.
It's as if the Egyptians returned to build it. Bro, is he like saying like,
That's what I'm saying, like, what is he talking about?
oh,
Oh,
dude,
I'm
John is
I'm just-
dropping some shit though. I wish we could talk to him, man.
I know, I'm so confused by his existence still.
Cause didn't he just post another thing that was like, if you've ever seen me post anything erratic, I'm sorry, but I have to say that I'm not doing it. Like,
Yeah, and that was like the second time he had posted something like that, because he first did that when he came back online in like March or something, very similar. And it was like, okay, all right. I'm not sure. I just never sure what to think.
dude, what is this?
Keeps me on my toes.
What is this Clyer photo you sent? What is this?
This is okay. So this is a Clyer that is literally looks exactly like Roger. I found it when I was looking through the screen.
So right.
Yeah. And so
Oh.
this was like an SS officer or something that got caught in British captivity, but then like definitely just left. So he could be any of the other guys. Like, you know, I bet he definitely changed his name immediately after that.
For sure. What? September 1892. Well, who do we have around there? I have.
I know. I was like, I hadn't cross-checked it with the people we have.
Otto. I have an Otto that's in 1896, 1865, 1898. Dude, we're gonna.
Yeah, I would think if I had a like gut feeling about it.
Just like his.
I don't know. I mean, how old does that guy look? In 47.
So, but what year is this? This is 1947, and yeah, he looks like
pretty old.
About like 92 looks like it could be his birthday, right? Like he looks 50, at least.
Yeah, at least.
Like 1892 could be it.
Yeah, I'll ponder that one. It's one of them.
Dude,
it's someone.
That is fucking Roger, bro. Look at this.
Right? It looks exactly like him, dude.
Dude.
It's too good.
Dude, and bro, it looks like his fucking dad. Like,
that's why
so
I really
good.
think that's Rudy. I think that's Rudy Clay or like, yes, Rudy's dad. I can't do the math right now on the years, but it's it's gotta be like direct Rogers. Like,
right? No, yeah, you're right, dude. This has got to be Rudy's dad. Or wait, because this is 40.
Did that make him Heinrich Klyer then? They said Heinrich Klyer died in like 30 something, and they say that about a lot of them.
Willie,
like
right?
The patriarch of the family. He looks old enough. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, Wilhelm, right? Willie Klyer?
Heinrich. Well, there is a Wilhelm Klyer. That's why there's quite a few other Klyer children.
And Wilhelm is 1885 could be his birth year. I could see Roger's dad shaving a few years off too and being like, no, I wasn't born in 1885. I was born in 1892.
Right. Well, dude, that's what I've found consistently through records too, is like, if there's discrepancies in ages, like, it is not uncommon for it to be 5-10 years off younger. And I've seen it so many times.
Bro, this is so good. We are getting dude, this is his dad. Yes, it has to be. You're so fucking right. This has to be, right? Dude,
it has to. Like,
that's Wilhelm.
Yeah.
Let's go. Dude, this is exciting. Oh my god, look at that. I love building this thing out, dude. Let's go. Alrighty.
So,
now we need Charlotte Usinger. Dude, this rules. And then, yeah, look, dude. Father, sonner, grandsonner.
oh, it's too funny. It's just so ridiculous. I can't believe this is where we're at with the Roger thing at this point.
Yeah.
And he's back on fucking TikTok singing like Lana Del Rey. I truly can't, like, I don't know. Where am I? Where am I anymore?
America.
Hell yeah, brother.
It fucking sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I don't know either. I'm trying to, I don't know where we are either. It's really fucking sad and pathetic that, like, how much our government, like, dude, did you hear that article that I read right before this about the Heritage Foundation guy saying that, yeah, we're in the middle of the American Revolution. We're being treated as...
like, Joe Biden's like, I will not exercise the extra power given to me to stop the fascists, because I like the rules. Fucking insanity. No, dude, have you seen, this has been a really funny, like, because Twitter usually sucks so bad, and this is such a funny bit that everyone, it's like leftist Twitter is like, K-Hive, ironically, right now. And it's also like, I guess that's fucking all. You guys are making us get on our hands and fucking knees to beg for a cop, ironically, so hard that it's like, I guess fucking anyone but Joe. But
Dude,
geez,
we'll
it's so
burn this
funny
place
though.
down.
The memes that have come out of it are truly like making me cackle because it was just so needed. I needed to laugh at this shit.
Here, let me pull it up. So, wait, so are they already talking about, are they fucking pushing off, Kamala on us? Is that what's about to happen?
I doubt it. I doubt it, but, well, I don't know. I guess I don't doubt anything anymore because I don't fucking know. Joe Biden said today there's absolutely no way I'm stopping this race or whatever he said.
Nice.
But it's really funny. The memes going off about Kamala are just like, I don't know, truly just funny. I have no like opinions anymore on
God
anything.
is going to take him out of the race one day before the election, bro. I know it. Watch. Yeah, Biden confirms 2024 run. Talks with Democrat leaders. Jesus.
Oh, I think I did. Like, I've seen a couple people now today, too, like, actually pushing now that I think about it, like, Mehdi Hassan, he posted, like, a whole column in, I forget what journal, maybe The Guardian, but it's Harry.
These fucking people, man. I was just thinking about that yesterday. I was like, what the fuck is Harry gonna do if fucking Joe gets out of the race? Harry will lose his mind.
That's his daddy.
Yeah. Dude. How do I find where are the Kamala memes?
Let me send a couple links. I'm gonna have to text them to you. I don't have my computer with my iMessage set up.
That's okay.
But this thread from Emma from the Majority Report is really funny.
Oh, I love Emma.
And she also liked my reply, so I'm feeling good today, guys. She retweeted a bunch. I'm just gonna go to her. You should just scroll her page, honestly. Like, scroll down a bit, because she retweeted a bunch in a row. Like, you'll probably have to scroll a little, but she went hard on them, and they were really funny.
Hell yeah. Okay.
It's the Bennetts.
This is such a goofy clip.
It's the Bennetts.
Hello, Madam Vice President.
Hello, Senator Bennett.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, see you guys later.
She like physically hurts me in a way that I kind of just wish that was politics. If politics is going to be theater, I wish it would just like kind of cringe me out rather than make me like fear for my life.
Yeah, dude. Fucking. How am I not
yeah,
following
but
Emma?
Thread, Emma said, let me find it 'cause it was so funny. She said, would be great blunt rotation vibes if she wouldn't have tried to lock up everyone participating back in the day. And I said, that's the coconut context she wants to stay unburdened by. Give me a porch, a blunt, and an hour with Kamala, and I think I could convince her to atone. I'm joking until I'm not.
Yeah, that is a fun thing to dream about, but she's probably a baby eater, right?
Dude, who gets to the top of the Democratic Party? I have no faith at this point. Like, when I haven't seen a success case yet, so I don't know, man.
Jennifer Setibor or whatever, who like
Who's that?
she has like there's an affidavit where she kind of outlines the whole like satanic brotherhood shit, and it like makes a lot of sense, but one of the main people that she names by name, and she's like, I know for a fact, and I've seen that they are in the Satanic Brotherhood, and she says, Bill Gates, Kamala Harris. So.
Hell yeah.
But dude, I think they'll do something worse and like wheel out Michelle Obama.
Dude, I've seen so many variations of like nightmare new candidate rotations, and I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
I know, dude. I know. And then every day you gotta start from fucking the bottom again. Because we're a bunch of filthy leftists who don't deserve to have voices.
No, it's crazy how quick, too, like, the establishment Democrats flipped from expressing the same sort of, like, fear about Biden, which it was like, no, everyone saw that debate. It was fucking rough no matter where you are on the spectrum. Like, it was like a painful watch. And it's very interesting watching how quick they're flipping to once again, like, shaming leftists into it, like, being like, you can't criticize the only person who could save democracy. And I'm like,
dude, I'll burn this fucking thing down.
You guys ruined it already. You guys ruined it so fucking hard. We're already here. Like, the Supreme Court just gave the president unlimited power, and Biden said, I will respect the rules and not do that. And I'm like, you could maybe fix everything if you had a single like cell of bravery and I hate it,
had
man.
a desire to be good, which they don't, because they have a desire for their fucking Nazi family to take over the country, which they've done. Hooray!
And it's honestly like also they can't even like they haven't even done a good job of like public relations wise making it seem like Biden's doing this for any reason other than himself. Like every statement that's come out has been like, oh, well, he doesn't want to bruise his ego and he wants to end his legacy on a high note. And I'm like, I don't fucking care what he wants. Like, his entire legacy is already ass. Who cares?
Dude,
I don't care about your legacy.
And like, if you had a brain, you would see that you're like, dude, in 30 years, he is going to be the last disgraced president that we've ever, like, we're going to, his legacy is already fucked. He couldn't even give us student loans, cancellation. He could literally do that and it would cost him nothing, and he would get so much points from us, and he won't do that even. It costs them nothing.
No, truly. Not a single thing. And it's like, then, and everyone like us who has been watching this genocide go on since October, watching him be complicit and aiding and abetting in it, it's like, how the fuck do you think that this is winning any single person over? Try anything different. Oh my God. Like, at least try to trick people. You're not even trying to trick people right now.
Yeah, dude, they're just like, they're so arrogant. It's the same, it's the shit that, the Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi. Who else are you going to vote for?
Yeah.
What fucking choice do you have? Suck a dick.
Oh,
That's what they're saying to us.
This was the funniest argument I saw for Kamala for president. It was that we would all get to relish in the fact that Hillary Clinton has to witness the first woman president not be her. And I was like, that's funny. That's funny.
Not worth it, though.
Not what you know what you got me thinking, but it would be funny. It would. I agree. It would be funny.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
Majoris, I just read your chat.
Nicole will be the last disgraced president. She will disgrace herself by doing a dab during the State of the Union.
Oh yeah, man. Dude. No, the State of the Union is me on a porch with the blunt in my hand, and I say, what is up, my fellow Americans?
Dude, like, I would be like, yo, I don't live at the White House. I'm gonna do all my shit work from home. I don't need to see y'all. Like, we just do everything with polls.
Literally.
I'm gonna hang out in my garden. I'm not doing any fucking anything, with people. Okay, so anyone just let me know if there's a problem, and I'll send a department to go check it out. Okay.
Honestly, that's how it should be. It's kind of like a CEO. Like the president should. CEOs don't do anything. Like that's what, dude. Honestly, so this is what I've said. AI could replace CEOs really quickly. I think AI could replace the president too.
Dude,
but like it has to be our AI. It has to be like Synthara. Like we have trained this AI.
Yeah, dude, that's like the biggest. I was thinking the same thing too. It was like they would be the absolute, like you could literally just get rid of CEOs and no one would notice.
No, not at all. Except people might have more money.
Exactly. Yeah,
they might notice that.
They'll notice
we
when
can't
they
have that. That's a big problem, Corey. People might get too comfortable.
Yeah, dude. They'll notice after a year goes by and they're like, "Wait, half of the company hasn't been fired this year. What's going on? Is the CEO around?"
I'm telling you, we could fix everything if someone just lets us.
Dude, it would be so easy. Like, truly, like, the government should just not be involved in, like, the government should not be touching as much of our lives as it does, and it should also be a fucking lot quieter. I don't ever want to have to talk about this. Dude, you should literally never have to talk about this shit. Like, this is such a waste of time and energy.
Yeah, it's part of the like individual blaming part of it too that circles around every single, I mean, all leftists get this every single election, that we're the problem because we're just not falling in line and doing what saves democracy or whatever the fuck new line they have. And it's the same energy all the time. It's like, you guys set this shit up so that nothing can ever actually progress. Like, first of all, honestly, me and Dante were talking about this. Why does the president change? Why does the entire administration change every 4 years? Nothing can get done.
Yeah.
Nothing can get done. Why do we can't have a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan for something because they're not even going to be there. It's also dumb. So it's set up in a way to just blame all the individuals for not voting hard enough, when in reality, it's like, you can never vote hard enough when there's people meddling and purposely fucking it up. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I know, it's... I don't know what we're gonna do, man. But I really do feel like it's getting so loud. It's so fucking noisy at this point. Like, normal people are sick of, like... They, like, see it in their Facebook feeds and shit. Like, everyone sees it in everything, and they're like, what the hell is the intelligence? Is the government literally making content for me? Yes. You know?
Yes. Yes, they are. And they're probably... Oh, dude, sorry, this is such a tangent, but I just remembered this from something I was about to say. Me and Dante are watching this documentary right now, and it's... what's it called? The Program. It's on Netflix. That is absolutely 1,000% some CIA shit, without a doubt. It's one of those like troubled teen boarding school programs, and it's like...
Is it Sea-Doo?
No, this one's called Ivy Ridge, and it was part of a group, what would they call it? WASP, WWASP schools, and like the first one, like, they got shut down internationally multiple times, but like this Ivy Ridge one stayed open. And what they were doing the whole time, you'll have to just like watch it on stream at some point. It's so good. But they're like literally just doing psychological torture and experiments on these kids, essentially. And then this was the part where I was like, this is no doubt CIA shit. They're doing like the same type of workshops with the parents. Like, they've convinced the parents to essentially join this cult, and like, it's like they have all the data on all how to get adults to comply, how to get children to comply with all of these insane things. And it's like, dude, it's one of the craziest. It's also a really good documentary because the people making it are like students from Ivy Ridge that came back for vengeance, and it's so fucking awesome.
Dude, I do need to check that out. My brother, like, when we were growing up, my brother was like one of the troubled kids, but you know, looking back at it now, it's like, no, he just was bored. These fucking school prisons that they put kids in, if you can't like quiet yourself for 8 hours straight and like, you know, if you can't just like be a little stone and be quiet, they go and they make the parents' lives hell. You know, they're like, your kid won't stop talking. Well, it's a fucking, he's around his friends. He's bored.
Right.
You're boring him. And so they have him in detention all the time and all this bullshit. And my mom's got to, leave work and fucking do all this bullshit because the school is saying, your kid won't sit down and sit still for 8 hours and keep his fucking mouth shut instead of just, getting his fucking attention. So my mom, like, she almost sent my brother to one of these places, not because she, like, seeked it out, but because it was pushed on her,
Yes,
it's like the schools.
That's what I was going to say.
It's all a fucking cycle. It's a cyclical thing. The schools and, like, counselors push these stupid fucking places on parents, and they go, I know it looks bad that they're gonna kidnap your child and R-word them, but it'll make them stronger. Like, it's all for love.
It's like insanity. Yeah.
But my mom almost fell for that shit, and I was like, I'm so glad that you didn't, because I have tons of friends now who've been to all these places, and there has not a single good story from any of them. Not a single one. Not one successful story. And they are still running.
Yeah. That's what's crazy to me is like programs exactly like this. As soon as they shut one down, there's another one in its place or already there to take everyone in. And it's like,
and there's so many.
There's so many. And like you said, it's
so much money.
It's so manipulative. It's so manipulative because they're just trying to get money from the parents. And so in doing that, everyone's also incentivized at these places to keep the kids there as long as possible, which is torture for the kids. They don't know when the fuck they're going home. They don't know when they're going to see their parents. And then the parents are being brainwashed at the same time by these counselors or liaisons or whoever, being like, no, they're lying to you just like before, and don't listen to them. They need to stay in this program if you want to have a good relationship with them, or you're just going to repeat.
When they first talk, I don't think they're allowed to talk to their kid for like the first 2 weeks, because they've got to fucking brainwash the kids. But the second that they do, they like tell the parents, whatever they say, if they say that we're doing crazy shit, don't listen to them.
They're lying. Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, dude, one of the girls in this documentary, so she, from the first day she was at Ivy Ridge, she was like, her intake person or whatever you'd call it said that her drug test was positive, and they made her like I think she was there for like multiple years. The entire time to work her program, she had to admit to using all these drugs and how she overcame this. She found her paperwork and the drug test was negative. So because she was being gaslit, she's like, I know I didn't, but like, I know I can't get out of here unless I just do what they say. Yeah. And so dude, this was what was so awesome in it. She put a note in one of the people's mailboxes that still lived in the area and worked at this school that said, I'm not a crack whore, but you're a liar.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like a copy of the original intake negative drug test, and it's just they all got gaslit, and there's a lot of them are like still trying to prove to their parents that like bad things happen to them there, like they don't even get it, and it's like, what?
Then Blair said they get shut down, and then the same people go and set up in another town or state. Yeah, dude.
Every single time. It's like with like, dude, it's like when pastors get kicked out of churches or like get caught for something, they just move them to another church. They just move them around.
That's an interesting comparison.
That's weird. Yeah, no, super weird how these all kind of go together.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God.
Happens a lot in the Mormon church too.
Look at all of these different stories that are all drugging, R-wording, killing, missing child. Like, there's nothing but horror stories from these places. And they're still happening. 2023.
Sorry, I just read the chat about interlocking. Dude, me and Dante literally have on our map in the van, we're going to investigate interlocking because he knows someone who went there too.
That's
and like,
the North Fox Island one.
Yeah, we have some weird inside knowledge about it too, and we're gonna go fucking investigate that shit.
Yes, dude, I can't wait till Van is done.
Right, so soon too. It's literally like finally
it
home
was looking
stretch.
good from
Oh,
the
it's so
picture I saw.
exciting. I can't wait. It's gonna be so awesome.
Then you guys will be free
Finally.
to produce
Then the
content.
CIA will be free to chase us down the highway.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait to worry about you every day that the CIA cut your fucking brakes and you're careening down a fucking mountain pass.
Well, you want to know what's fun is if that happened, we have you'd at least get video of it.
I was gonna
Hopefully
say
we
you
catch
should
it
get
before.
security camera,
We
especially
have,
just
like,
for you
7.
guys. Yeah.
Not kidding. We got like
Like,
they're
they'll
like on every side of the van.
Good. I mean, they still have a back door into Ring, so they'll just delete the footage, but like at least you'll be able to see it before they come and kill you, you know?
Yeah, we can like see it and then they'll come attack us, but we'll
then
at least
they'll
know
delete
what's
it.
coming right before.
And
Yeah,
they'll
so
kill
it's
me,
okay.
and then all of their problems will be solved, like always. Like they'll probably do to that Alex Knutson guy, that firefighter whistleblower that's talking about what is it? What's the massacre? Fort what massacre? I forget. But there's like a massacre, you know, that the CIA and ow! My son has not moved all day. He hasn't moved this entire stream, and he just fucking bit my hand and attacked me because I was moving my mouse.
At CIA confirmed.
Dude.
That's really sad news.
You're such a Fed, son. Mr. Big Fed. I forgot what I was saying. Doesn't matter. But yeah.
Dude, these pictures though of Jeffrey Epstein and William Barr at Interlaken. The
Did you
link's
send
in
them
the
to me?
chat. It's in the chat.
Oh.
I didn't send it.
Oh, hell
Where is
yes. Oh, Nick Bryant. Let's go.
No, dude, I saw these at one point, but I forgot to look back into it. It's a good reminder.
Yeah, this is what it is, dude. They've all like this. I suspected this from the start. Epstein, and one of them is Donald Barr or Bill Barr. Dude, this has been they've done this to them. They do it to people now. It's just how it goes. It's so fucked, man. I don't get how could you have this happen to you and then you perpetuate it?
It's so psychologically mindfucky, and it literally is like, how does this stop? How does this stop if no one stops
Exactly
what's happening at any given point?
They've
like,
got to break
it's
the
so
cycle.
Cyclical. Yeah.
Dude, there's
And
no
it's-
way
the
that's
thing
not
that
Bill
sucks,
Barr. That's Bill
right,
Barr.
that is his face. Like, come on now.
Oh my god. And dude, I've never seen. Wait, how come there isn't a side by side of Jeffrey? Ooh, I'm getting a call from California right now.
Oh, exciting.
Wait, where's the one of Jeffrey? Or is that a different?
It's at the top. You could make a side by side.
I will. Dude,
But
these
I
are
think
good.
it's like we know for sure that's Jeffrey Epstein. I
Dude,
think
I can see it. I know that's Jeffrey.
Yeah.
No one
I
could
think
tell
they
me
know
otherwise.
For sure it is.
That's for sure Jeffrey. Dude, this is great.
Yeah, so let's confirm Jeffrey was there. Like, they know that. That's why there's not the side by side. But like, the school says no on Bill Barr. They're like, no.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense, dude, because then he fucking started doing that in I think he started like recruiting or like sending kids there, and it was like an art school or something. Or like an art camp, and he was like a mentor there then. Like in his adult life, or like young adult life, I think, or late teens, I think. Yikes.
And you know why it's like none of this shit ever, like the cycle doesn't stop ever, is because people just get like, I was ranting about this the other day. I was like, the feds will just pick up everyone as informants for some hypothetical like kingpin that they never get, and then it ends up that everyone else doing bad things is just like covered and fine, and under the radar as an informant forever, and they get off scot-free, but then nothing ever happens. They never actually, like, get the big bad guy. They just collect a little troop of informant criminals. And I'm like, so is anyone gonna ever, I know it's not really their whole goal at the end of the day, but I really wish it was to, like, actually get these guys. That'd be cool.
I know, dude. But
sick.
Yeah, I really don't think at this I'm convinced now that there is no good part of the FBI or CIA. I think that this is all they do. Like,
it's just can you, everyone is complicit when there's so many secrets that are, like, a lot of them are open secrets that are, for some reason, people just won't acknowledge.
I don't get it.
But then it's also like, yeah, it just really is a mind fuck of, like, how the fuck does this get fixed? And then two, yeah, like, same vein, how far gone are we? Because, like, we're just realizing this all, but it's always been this way. How does this get fixed?
I think finally, like, something, like, it kind of is getting to the point where they can deny it all they want, but the consensus is, like, everyone, like, knows. Dude, many people understand this whole thing at this point. Like, normal people, a lot of normal people understand how the blackmail works and why Jeffrey Epstein was, like, important, you know, like, to these elites, and that, like, most people get it, you know, so it's not even, like, having to convince them of it, but I think it's just everyone knowing.
It's, like,
I don't know.
easier for people to just ignore it. Like, I feel like people just really like to just ignore the very harsh realities because it's too hard for them to accept that this is real. But it's like, that is what we all have to do if we ever want to
grow up.
Wait, what's the Kamala Harris quote? What we can be unburdened by what has been. You gotta not fall out of the coconut tree first. You gotta take in the context of all in which you live and all that came before you, and then you can move forward unburdened. But we gotta say this shit first.
Dude, yeah, I know. Like, I do think that what needs to happen is, just, like, this all needs to be known by, like, everyone, you know? And we're on our way. I mean, I think we just keep talking and shit, but
that's all we can do, man.
And then eventually we take over the fucking airwaves and we'll do like a pirate TV station. Dude, I'm honestly really getting, like, thinking that ham radio and shit might be, like,
dude, I've been browsing them. No, I'm making Dante install one in the van. I'm not kidding.
I think we should.
Like, why not?
Dude, it's, like, the only thing that you can't fucking, like, the internet at this point is, like, you gotta abandon it. We need to have our own fucking community network, or, like, you know, nodal, like, cell phone network or something that skirts the fucking fed internet, because it's worthless at this point. I can't Google anything. I can't talk with my friends. I can't see anything that I can't watch a YouTube video without getting a fucking Ben Shapiro video next. Like, I've had it. I'm so done with it. Like, truly, just for, like, my fucking sanity, dude. Like, I'm so sick of getting fucking pummeled by crazy right-wing bullshit
all the time. Right? I'm just like, I don't want to be fed everyone's propaganda.
Yeah.
I just want to exist and learn, and I wish you would all fucking knock it off. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm so, like, I've never clicked on a trad wife video. Why the fuck would I want to see one now? Get your Mormon shit the fuck off my phone.
Just in case you want to fall down the pipeline, Corey. It could be fun to take a tumble down the pipeline.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm gonna just lose my sanity at this point.
10 years of fucking the alt-right pipeline. Like, we can see it at this point. Like, we know it is there. The invisible hand is visible now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so done with it, dude. But yeah, so maybe we do we'll take the Cat Dad show just to ham radio. We'll take it to FM band 739.666.
Oh, that would be so funny if we just could yap all day on the radio.
Yeah, trad wife, cat dad. Dude, I would make good trad wife content, though. Mine would be good, yeah, for sure. I could make good trad wife content. That's the other thing, too. That's the other flag, dude, is that all of the people that are influencers are, like, D-list celebrities. Like, you can tell that they aren't people who, like, got there from fucking being on the apps and stuff, you know? Like, they didn't get there because they got better at making videos. Like, their videos all suck. They're boring people. They're fucking losers. Like, it so shows this, like, CIA sheen of everything.
Yeah, man. Dude, the Johnny Harris... Sorry, this is random but related.
No,
That
it's
one
like...
Johnny Harris video, when I was watching you watch it on stream, I was just like... It's such obvious propaganda at this point. Like, I just...
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like they're trying anymore.
That's what it feels
I'm like, can you
Johnny
at least try to trick me?
Yeah,
like...
Johnny looks like he doesn't even buy it, you know? Like, he looks tired of saying it. I do think that. I think you can read it on a lot of them, you know? Like...
I had fun joining Army.
Yeah. But you can see the, like, secondary level behind that is, like, Johnny is sad and tired. So I don't know.
Dude.
I don't know if this is sustainable for them, you know? Like, as long as we keep the pressure up. I mean, they're going to have to kill us at a certain point or stop, because, like, that's what it's going to. That's what the Heritage Foundation is saying anyway.
Right? They're like, well, we're going to do it one way or another.
Yeah. Well, so far it's bloodless, but if the leftists shut the fuck up, we won't kill them all. But if they don't stop talking, we're going to fucking kill all the leftists. That's what the Heritage...
Dude, right? And it is really wild that, like, they are saying this so outright and so plainly and clearly. It's like, we can all understand what they're saying. And it's like, we don't have any actual statements from the Democratic Party, no urgency, no nothing. It's just vote harder. And it's like, yeah, they're making it all too obvious now. Like I said, they're just, like, not even trying to trick anyone. And it's, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen.
Like, I do think that they are overestimating how much they have it in the bag, because most American, like, dude, I feel like I could, like, talk, and this is truly part of the reason why I think that they shadow ban the fuck out of us. I could basically get any American right now to be like, yeah, fuck America, let's do something weird and fun, you know, because everyone notices all this shit, you know, and I think that's why they don't want me to talk to people, but, like, people are very ready to
with
fucking...
weird ideas.
People are ready to fucking see this shit disappear. Like, it's worse than they could have imagined, you know? Like,
the cracks are so obvious.
And the government is like, well, they don't have a choice, but, like, I don't think they understand that we all can very much be like, yo, let's see what the fuck happens when we fucking burn this shit down. Like, we don't give a fuck. It can't really get worse.
No, true. It's like,
it can only get worse for them.
But yeah. And it's like, I would never endorse a Trump presidency here, because I do arguably think it would be far worse in the short term for a lot of people. But it's like, what do they it's more like I said, watching them, their strategy. It's like, why does it feel like you guys are trying to make this happen?
Yeah.
Like, and then blame the leftists that didn't get in line, even though that's never been what mattered at all. And it's like, it's so frustrating, because they really do, like I say, put a lot of individual guilt and feel like a need to, like, yeah, us fix something. And it's like, they're always ensuring that we can't, you know, at the same time. And it's like, what are we doing here? This is the stupidest game ever. I didn't ask to play this.
Yeah.
Just ranting now. Hey, man.
I think
it's
that
needed.
that's what the show's for.
Camaraderie.
Yeah.
Through the chaos.
But I think that, dude, it's gonna be like a year since October 7th pretty soon, and like Joe Biden, we have been saying since that day that none of us will ever vote for that man, like
that's what's crazy
they made
to me.
their
I'm
choice. They said that good, then we want to lose. We would like to lose.
Yeah, and then they're gonna, like I said, just flip it around and blame leftists that we're being too hard on old man Biden. He's trying his best.
Joe.
And I'm like, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves.
They're like, stop being babies. You guys act like you could be a president who doesn't murder children and women. Dumbasses.
No, it's always like, yeah, from a place of such like, I don't know, superiority complex when it's like establishment Democrats talking about leftists. That's what I still see a lot of on Twitter too. Twitter's just such an interesting place. And it's like, yeah, it's constantly just the people who want something better are the problem for being, quote, unrealistic. And that's just a theme throughout everything always.
Yeah.
It's just so frustrating to see it play out over and over and over again. Like,
well, we just keep calling it out before they say it.
Yeah.
That's all we can do at this point. Like, we can predict the future.
Yeah, if we just joke about something enough, sometimes it happens.
Well, and dude,
I'm writing you in for president.
Dude, honestly,
Corey for president.
No,
Fuck
knitted
it.
anus, not Corey.
Oh yeah, not Corey. Sorry. Cat dad for president.
But truly, I'm telling you that we could memify that, and that literally could happen. So the fucking government better watch the fuck out. And honestly, dude, I think they know that, and that is why they fucking are terrified of us talking to people, dude. Like this whole time, I've been like, we've had like 1,000 memeable shit that was pop offable that they've suppressed. We just need one
so
to hit.
many times. No, the
We've
amount
had
of times
1,000
it's
fucking
so
funny ass things happen.
every time, especially on Dante's account, dude. R.I.P. Dante Welch 69 and 69.1. It was so obvious. It was just every single time. If it was anything that was like, yeah, something the NSA wouldn't like, it doesn't even have to be bad. It's just like, would they not want this? Probably. If it got over 100K, that's removed. It was like, he could not keep a video up, and then it was like, Taylor Lorenz nuked him, allegedly, but...
I know. I'm gonna I think
too
I'm gonna
obvious.
avoid, like, doing anything that they can report. Like, dude, half of the fucking videos of Ian Carroll being a literal racist Nazi, I got strikes for because he's a fucking Nazi.
Dude, that happened to me when I was talking about Adler work once, and I was like, no fucking shit, it's a hateful ideology. I'm talking about a concentration camp and that it's bad. Like, no, that was
like, it doesn't matter. Words don't matter. Context doesn't matter. Shut up. We just don't like you because you're saying bad stuff about our CIA operative. Like, dude, can we take out a full page? How do we take out a full page fucking ad in New York Times that says, like, the CIA, FBI, and NSA literally controls all content that you watch. Hope you enjoy your Fed talk. Like...
No, you know what I said
like,
to
if the
Dante
fucking
the other
news
night?
isn't going to report about the fucking news, then maybe we can in an ad.
Right? No, every time I go to scroll on any app, I said this the other night, and it made me chuckle. I don't know if I'm gonna retell it in a funny way. But I just like opened TikTok or something, was scrolling for a bit, and I'm like, I love my government mandated content, because that's really just what it feels like, dude. It really is. It's like it's served to me for some reason or another. It's to get me to buy something or think something or get mad about something. It's just how every algorithm's built on like any of these socials. You think about what metrics are going into it, it's never going to turn out well. Like they want the outrage, they want purchases, and if you're not giving them outrage that doesn't make them look bad, or then it doesn't matter. Because if you're not getting people mad, you don't get enough engagement, and it's just like everything is set up for just toxicity. And
they want outrage and fighting, but just no leftists defending themselves with logic and points that are funny. You can only do it if you're saying you're a fat whore. That's all you can do.
Those videos can stay up because I've had so many weird, how are all those up? And then it's just us that gets taken down. Dude, I've been laying so low-key on TikTok because my account almost went down after the Taylor Lorenz shit. And so I was like, I'm gonna chill for a little bit. I'm gonna let this marinate. Post about my toad friend.
Yeah.
Dude, exciting update. Sorry, I'm all over the place right now. Just having fun chatting. Exciting update about the toad. I caught on the trail cam. I'm gonna post a TikTok later that he has a friend that comes and visits him, and he dude, on the trail cam, this other toad came up to his little the little crack in the wall, and he literally just hopped up, and then Toaster, my toad, stuck his head out of the wall like he was like, oh yo, what's up, dude? And then 15 minutes later he left and headed off that way. And I was like, why do I feel like these guys hang out every night?
I think they do.
Is that a booty? Just witness a toad booty call? What just happened?
Dude, fuck yeah.
The toads are keeping me sane.
I didn't realize that I mean, of course, toads have houses. They probably
right?
they just
I was
have
like, I didn't realize he for
back.
real lived there all the time. Yeah,
that's so cool.
It's so tender.
He's just a little toady guy.
He's just a little dude. We found a glowworm last night too.
Did you feed it to him?
We got some fun nature. No, dude, I tried to feed the toad a mealworm today. He still won't eat the mealworm from me, but I don't blame him. I don't know. Yeah, I put it by his home.
Little toady guy. Fuck
oh
yeah,
that was another brain blast about Glacier.
Yeah, dude, that is a fucking pyramid. And of course there's an energy Nicole asked, what did you just text? Nicole texted yesterday and was like, yo, what are the chances that there's an energy pyramid at Glacier? And I'm saying 1,000,000,000%. Because who was the person
There's too many weird instances with Glacier.
Yeah, who was the person that helped design Glacier National Park? Which Nazi?
Yeah, I gotta find that. I sent it in the group message too, but it was, there was a really weird connection there.
Dude, I think Ian Carroll's driving around to a national park or something right now in Washington. I was like, oh, are you going to a family reunion in Glacier National Park at right around Lake McDonald? I'm going to a family reunion with my underground mountain relatives. Yeah, they're Nazis. They live underground because they're Nazis, and people aren't supposed to see them because they'd get mad that Nazis live in America freely in mountains.
I'm gonna lose it when, one day the CIA just declassifies all this shit and is like, oh yeah, teehee, haha, sorry about that.
No, exactly.
I'm gonna be so mad.
But that's
mad.
That's what I mean is,
that's what always happens.
I always say, we're looking at documents that these things happened 40 years ago. What the fuck are they? What do you think they're doing right now? They're doing what they've been doing to us, and it doesn't matter. We don't get a voice. They just get to fucking literally harass us and recruit children from TikTok for the FBI's fucking sex trafficking rings. They just get to do that shit, and then we're the problems. We lose our accounts. It's crazy, man. They're gonna fucking pay for this some way. Karmically, cosmically. Dude, I don't know. Something horrible's happening. Maybe their kids will die. I don't know. But something bad is coming to them. And I gotta imagine that they're going to get fucking paid back tenfold for this shit. Because this is not right at all. and they are truly like they're walking in fascism. They're disgusting. They're horrible people.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself, man. Oh, also I found what we were thinking of. I'm resending it in our group message right now. We were thinking of Madison Grant, because he was the dude that he helped found Glacier National Park, but then he also mapped out 100-year plan to perfect the human race and was the big eugenicist guy that Adolf Hitler like revered. And so he was also the one that who helped start fucking Glacier National Park. Like he made that a national park.
Dude, that
and he was also the guy, fun fact, this guy's really awesome, guys. He's the one who brought Oda Benga to be on display, the man from Africa that they put on display in which zoo was it? In fucking 1906. Yeah,
I
it
bet
was
he's
in a zoo in
Elon's
New
grandpa.
York. No, literally like a demon, and so he also he started the Glacier National Park, so it's really good news, guys.
Oh yeah, look, National Park Service, Madison Grant. Does this have the word eugenicist in it? Does it?
They probably got this one scrubbed clean.
He is best remembered for his support of eugenics. Oh, okay.
All right, it is right there.
He is known for his contributions to wildlife protection, and he is best remembered for his support of eugenics.
Oh, yeah, because this is the other thing. He's like, I was looking into Eco-Fascism, like that specifically, what's considered that, and he's like kind of the father of that. And so, no, I think it would help us understand some
like
things.
Peter Thiel.
Yeah, it's Nazi shit. It's like,
that they want to use the environment to hurt people? Is that literally what it means?
No, it's like, I'm struggling to have a good, succinct definition.
Oh,
I'm trying
that's
to find.
Fine. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'll find.
No, you're fine.
We can find something.
I sent you an article. Sure. I sent you an archive article.
I'll pull that up. One sec. I'm taking pickies of this eugenicist article. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. I'm so sick of dude. So everyone's a eugenicist.
And I just skimmed that. This is good. Yeah, we should read through this because this is so much of what we see out of Silicon Valley right now too, with like the what's it called? What is it? The like where the thing that Sam Bankman-Fried is that
it's okay to do bad stuff as long as you're collecting all the money in the world to do good stuff later.
I keep forgetting what it's called because it's so
stupid.
Effective altruism. Effective altruism.
Doesn't seem very effective to me.
No, that's a CIA psyop. That's also what Mr. Beast does too. Like that's the same ideology he pitches, where it's like, no, I'm getting all this money so I can put it all back into things. That's why I care about getting all this money.
They just rebranded billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, no, we're good. You can be a good billionaire, I promise. And it's like, just knock it off.
Dude.
It's the same thing. It's eco-fascism. Like, it's essentially that they're like willing to exterminate a bunch of people if it means saving a certain amount of resources or environment.
Who gets to pick? Who's picking who is the people that don't die? Like,
literally,
surprise, it's the white people are picking that the white people should survive. The white people with their translucent skin.
Yeah. Literally, because that's where it plays directly into eugenics. It's like, that's how they're determining who is worthy of being alive and being, Yeah,
Blair said it's Thanos. Yeah, just Thanos gets to pick what's best for everyone. And Peter Thiel is Thanos, guys. The guy who drinks children's blood. Yeah, he fucking... he gets to pick which 1% of the population survives and which 99% dies. So, nightmare.
Eddie Peter.
You want me to read a little bit of this?
Yeah, go ahead. It's a good one.
The New Zealand murderer who shocked the world with his ghastly actions also fashioned himself as a political philosopher of sorts. Oh, is this the guy who did the Christchurch shooting? Is that who he's talking?
Yeah.
He was.
It was the same sort of ideology, which a lot more thoughts about it all, but
And
yeah,
he talked about
same dude.
PewDiePie too, didn't he? Like PewDiePie seems like he is one of the Leebies too.
Yeah, dude, and it's crazy how much affection Mr. Beast has had for PewDiePie throughout the years, because it's just all one and the
affection
same.
almost.
Yeah, weird.
Like, dude, I've been we've been joking about them being family, and I've been joking about them, like distant relatively,
Yeah.
But the more I joke and the more I look and the more I see and I really listen and watch, the more I do feel like we are goofing this into like serious reality. It feels like they're all very related.
Yeah. No, we bring up something that's like not impossible, but definitely a joke to us at the time. And then it's like you find out a little bit more and you're like, holy shit, they are kind of doing the exact same thing. And it's, yeah.
And it makes sense. That
with
would
the
help.
chat saying appealing to children, it's the same thing if you look back at what they did with the Hitler Youth and what they do with these troubled teen camps. It's like they know that kids are so susceptible to brainwashing and that they'll go brainwash the parents right back too, or cause rifts in the family by saying like, yeah, it's so rinse and repeat in different forms over and over.
Yep. It's so obvious though, but also it's like it wasn't until yesterday that, dude, it fucking smacked me in the fucking face that like, we're realizing all these people that they've kind of like pawned off as like Jewish. I think a lot of them are secret Nazis. Like mostly Epstein is who I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure at this point that dude is a Nancy, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought about the fucking his weird Zorro Ranch thing where he was like had like breeding farms, and at the time I was like, where is this breeding farm thing coming from? And now that now I realize he's a German Nancy Lebensborn who is literally a product of a genetic breeding program. It makes much sense, dude. Right?
They all have some weird. That's a tell too, because that's like an Elon thing too, where it's just in general they got some weird kink with breeding, and they can't stop talking about breeding in different ways.
Peter Thiel, how does Peter Thiel have kids? What the fuck?
Yeah, that article. What was that? I was like, what? Is that the first time you've talked about them in public? Because I would have assumed you have some like little lab children, but like. Yeah, what was that? That was a couple days ago.
I haven't read it in front. I'll read it after this and talk about it on the show, because we didn't look at it yet either. But we found out that Peter has kids, dude. Tech billionaire.
He said he limits their screen time to 1.5 hours a week, and that's the big headline. And I'm like, guys,
sweaty.
I have one more questions.
Dude, the sweatiest man in history.
Truly.
Look at him.
He's been looking rough lately, too. Like that,
He looks like he's drinking a lot of kids. I don't think it has the effect that they intend. Like, I think the kid drinking and stuff, makes him puffier. It kind of does.
So I think the other day in the chat I mentioned something where I was like, this is making me think of American Horror Story. And the reason why I said that is because in that season, it's like a weird split season, but I'm thinking of the second half of it. And it's, dude, like, look how bad he looks. Oh. But like, Peter. So what happens in the show is it's been out for a while. Sorry if you guys want to watch. You can still watch it, but I'm going to tell you.
Tell me.
But it's essentially like there's, I forget what they call her in the show, the chemist maybe, that she like invents this black pill that if you take it and you're talented and you have like natural talent, then you become like superstar, but you have to keep drinking blood. Like you have to keep getting blood from people as the trade-off, or you like wither away and something become like a zombie. I'm struggling on details, but you'll get it.
I feel like that's like real.
Literally, that I was like, there's something weird metaphor there, like, because then it was like, if you're not and you take it, then you just like become like a zombie-esque creature type thing. But yeah, it was something about like it's almost like the withdrawal of it, and I'm like, but it's not even a conspiracy that they are doing these weird like blood transfusions and shit to stay younger, and I'm like, what are the effects of that? Because Peter's looking bad. It looks like they took away his blood boys, dude.
Dude, something's going on, yeah. Or honestly, I hope, you know what it is? I hope that it's just the fucking reality sinking in of what he's doing. Yeah, I hope it's him having a conscience and eating away at him, that he knows that what he does is wrong, and hopefully maybe he'll get visited by like the ghost of Christmas past.
Dude, if the CIA ever takes us out, I'm going to Peter Thiel's house first.
Dude, they will not like taking me out, because I know that if I can jump like realms, I will absolutely wreck their lives. I will make them cry like little babies all day.
Yeah, dude, our orbs of light would find each other in some dimension, and then we would just go be menaces to Peter Thiel for all of eternity in my little orb of light, or whatever happens.
Ogre says that it's probably meth, which, like, they all kind of are doing, like, that crazy fucking future meth, right? Like,
dude, yeah.
I mean, that's what the Nazis are always doing.
They've always been doing meth, dude. Constant. Yeah, the pictures of the Elon clones, they always make me laugh.
Brelan of Tarth is my favorite.
Oh, it's too good.
Hell yeah. All right, you want me to let you go?
I should probably go eat. How long have I been on this? It really is easy to yap on here. It's so fun.
Yeah, I think it's been like an hour probably, or 45 minutes maybe.
Okay.
I mean, you can stay if you want. I just want to make sure that you have an out if you want.
I'm gonna go ask Dante if he wants to eat, because it's 7:30 here. We have not eaten dinner. But honestly, we might, if you're still streaming when he's done with stuff, I'll make him come on.
Yeah,
we'll text you.
Fuck yeah, dude. All right, I'll leave it open.
Oh yeah.
Alrighty.
All right, bye.
Adios, amigo. That is a Nicole Slasky, the hot girl with the hobby. She welcomed us into her world, and her little man Dante is our special little guy. Thanks, Nicole. We'll be seeing you, Dodo. How'd the call go? Good. All right. God, thank God. Drop that dead weight. JK. We love Nicole. Here, let's finish reading our stupid Peter child eater thing. Oh. So, okay, this is what Eco-Fascism is. The document provides an interesting look inside into how evil ideas can override settled moral postulates such as such that killing is wrong or that human beings have rights. He regarded the wrong kinds of human beings as deserving of death, social discards, and so took matters into his own hands without remorse. Many observers have been confused by his preferred mashup of ideas that resulted in his own personal moniker, Eco-Fascist. In addition to hyper-racism, he also celebrated nature and environmentalism. Dude, that's like what the Nancy's did too. They were doing like, fuck, what did they call it? It was like, they were literally having like, go like camping and then turn it into a lifestyle and go east and get a farmland and set up a fucking trad wife life. Like, they wanted everyone to kind of go do that. Himmler wanted to do that shit, yeah. It's like, return to nature. But also, we hate anyone who is not perfectly white. Just like J. Edgar Hoover. Someone perfectly white like J. Edgar Hoover. He complained of rampant urbanization and industrialization, ever-expanding cities and shrinking forests, a complete removal of man from nature, with the obvious results. He writes, "There is no conservatism without nature. There is no nationalism without environmentalism. The natural environment of our land shaped us just as we shaped it. We were born from our lands, and our own culture was molded by these same lands. The protection and preservation of these lands is of the same importance as the protection and preservation of our own ideals and beliefs." And he showed that he believed that by bombing all of Poland into hell, and bombing Russia into hell, and Germany getting bombed into hell, and France, and where else did they go? Spain? Dude, they went everywhere and bombed everything. And that's how he showed that he's an environmentalist and that he respects life. Yup. We are born from the lands of our culture and molded by the same lands. The protection and preservation of these lands is of the same importance as the protection and preservation of our own ideals and beliefs, that only white people should hang out. The fusion of racism and environmentalism might strike us today as strange. 100 years ago, not so much. In the progressive era, it was a conventional ideological position to favor eugenic strategies of mass extermination combined with a preservationist outlook on natural resources. Yeah, they're just like, it's what we have to do, because otherwise, oil, I won't have enough oil. The connection might not be obvious at first, but both are rooted in the principle of scientific management toward the elimination of dysgenic choices by individuals, particularly those inspired by the commercial marketplace. Dysgenic. Exerting a detrimental effect on later generations through the inheritance of undesirable characteristics. Exerting a detrimental effect on later generations through the inheritance of undesirable characteristics. Like, all of your children inheriting psychopathy and being crazy, that feels like a dysgenic effect, right? I wouldn't want my family to be a bunch of psychos, but I don't know, it looks like the Nancys like that. Whether this position is left or right hardly matters. The eco-fascist view grows out of a consistent opposition to the principle of liberalism that society should be left alone to manage itself. It favors government dictatorship to override individual decision-making in human procreation and commercial life, while pushing complete governmental control of natural resources to prevent them from being used by commercial interests in a way that would contradict the principle of the survival of the fittest. Founding Father. Let us travel back in time for a brief examination of the founding father of eco-fascism in the progressive era. His name was Madison Grant. He graduated with honors from Yale University. Dude, I guarantee Eero fucking Saarinen or whatever is a skull and boner. That is what the connection is. Yes. Right? Gotta be.
Okay, so I'm back with another one. Okay, so, and we're going to be going over this in a little bit more detail. And like, I actually plan on asking, because like I have, let's get through this first. Okay, so some of this is, it didn't start with you. Okay, and then some of this is cultural trauma and epigenetic inheritance. Okay, so, but this plays into the stuff I was saying about, you know, like yourself. Generational trauma, religious trauma, intergenerational trauma, like from birth to death. Patterns, you know, patterns of contractions, patterns of breathing. And we are everything that we're pretty much exposed to. This is your coconut tree, folks. Okay, so, and then like intergenerational trauma is genetic. So like when I was talking about all this stuff and all this brouhaha and societal trauma, healing from societal trauma involves addressing it for its root causes, fostering resilience and
and the root causes is the R wording of little people when they're little by older people when they're older, and continuing doing that. That is what all of this is, okay? Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense why people do it. But that is what has to stop, okay? I feel like if that stops, a lot of stuff stops.
Implementing supportive interventions in both individual and systematic levels. Societal trauma takes group effort to heal. Okay, so let's pretend that you're this fetus, whatnot, inside this mother, and you're a lady, whatnot. You shared 3 generations shared the same biological environment. And then the family that you're born to, where you're born to, is made up of all the stuff around us. So you got narrative beliefs and practices, you know, your family environment, parental behaviors, you know, the stories and accounts from communities that create a sense of their history and experiences. So like you share identity and value.
Yeah, dude, Sarah Who KnitWitch, all our systems prey on little ones, truly. That's what it feels like, dude. It's like the systems are set up to create the conditions to allow it to be easy for predators to get their hands on kids. Parents always working. You know, no one having, you know, enough to like survive and be safe and comforted. Yeah.
As a group. Okay, beliefs, convictions of families, groups, or individuals accept as truth. This is like religion, ethics, philosophy, or daily life. Okay, this influences your behavior.
Yeah, cycle breaking, smexural vigilance is intense and quite lonely. Yeah, I'm sure.
And decision making. Okay, practices, routine actions, or behaviors that individual or groups engage in daily habits, rituals, and customs. So all this stuff that you're growing up surrounded by, including your structural factors, which we'll get into those later. But so The most common epigenetic tag in DNA methylation is a process that blocks proteins from attaching to a gene, suppressing its expression for better or for worse. So when a stress or a trauma occurs, the irregularities can be transmitted along with the predisposition for physical or emotional health changes to subsequent generations. Another epigenetic mechanism is gene regulation, and it's small non-coding RNA molecules, microRNA. It does the same thing as the DNA methylation. Stress can cause irregular.
Yeah, large boy nugget said, just don't acknowledge the past and they won't notice. That's exactly what, yeah, I think that's also what the older generation than us was like. That's my family's whole thing is just, nothing happened, move on. Doesn't seem like you're moving on the way you be drinking, you know? I don't think you moved on. You want, you know? And you shouldn't have to just move on. Like, suppressing everyone's emotions and shit is crazy, dude. But yeah, dude, like, America's built on eugenicist principles. The people running this place are just straight up eugenicists. Bill Gates, eugenicist. They all literally believed in skull science, bro. Like, the whole thing, you know how the cycle stops? We throw the whole motherfucker in the trash. Everything. All of it. Throw it all in the fucking garbage. Start over. Make something better. Build something better. Build a community-oriented thing. I don't know exactly how yet, but it starts with throwing what there is right now in the fucking garbage, dude. So hard. Right in the fucking trash. That's where it belongs, dude. This is ass. Straight up ass. The whole thing. All of it. I can't believe that there's like an election happening. Are either of them even going to places? Oh, man. And we're just gonna fall in line and vote for Joe. That's what the Democrats said.
microRNA that can be expressed through multiple generations. Chromosomal DNA, this is where y'all do your fun little squares and shit and find out like your eye color and your hair and all this shit. Okay, that's less than 2%, people. 98% of our DNA consists of non-coding DNA. They call this shit junk DNA. You want to be able to talk to spirit and connect to consciousness, you got to get through this. But you can't be doing it if your body comes pre-programmed with the shit that our parents went through. And like, listen, political environment, actions of the government officials. Okay, so like growing up in white supremacy and all this stuff. Okay, so like signals from the environment can operate through the cell membrane, controlling behavior and physiology of the cell, which can activate or silence a gene. So stress can cause alterations in genes. Okay, the mother's emotions, such as fear, anger, love.
The person, Dobson from Focus on the Family, is a eugenics guy too. Like, dude, it shouldn't be okay to admit that you're a eugenicist in 2024. You know what I mean?
Hope, among others, can biochemically alter genetic expression of her offspring. Feelings matter. Okay, so like,
dude, they're all literally fighting over this. They're all like, look at this guy, man. I can't. They're all fighting, and they're all like, no. I have the biggest chin ever. No, I do. I look the most like old nanny Akutatuk. Like, no, I have the biggest chin. See? No, I have the biggest handsome Squidward chin ever. Like, that's what this is all about. we can't have health care and stuff because they need everyone to know that they are the more advanced race. Can't you tell by how long their chin is?
We also need to look at this in like honestly, in the grand scheme of trauma.
Carpe Possum helped me understand a lot of this stuff early on.
And how to stop it from spreading.
But I don't know. I think then she bailed on me after OOB, so.
Your bigger issue
I still like what she says about this stuff.
is with a government forcing you to have a child that you do not want. Okay? And by doing all this, you know what they're doing? They are keeping you in a trauma cycle where you will repeat the same patterns and keep the same systems in place. Okay? And this is a transnational form of oppression.
Yeah, by these goddamn aliens. I'm so over these frickin' aliens, dude. These mean aliens? Where's all the nice aliens? I thought we were going to get nice aliens. It is consciousness suppression. Like these Nazis believe their white consciousness is superior to all other consciousness. That's why they treat children like animals. As they suppress consciousness development, the energy of that consciousness still exists, but without the ability to access that energy. The hollow consciousnesses have seeded themselves into all forms of consciousness existence because they are routinely denied that ability to actualize their consciousness. Yeah, dude. They want us all to be dumb, mindless slaves. That is what they always want. They're vampires. I mean, that's their business. Their form of business is that they are vampires. They take a percentage away from people that deserve it. That's it. Every single thing they do is vampiric. They latch on to artists who create. They build something with their fucking hands. And these people take credit for it, take the money for it, and then when they're done with it, they destroy it. Because they're destroyers. That's all they know how to do. If you buck and you want to leave, they destroy you. They ruin your life. They take away your ability to make whatever art. They throw you off of a balcony. You know, like, that's all they do is destroy. They ruin everything. That's how they keep control. And so now we are to the point where it's just like, dude, we're like at the bottom of the barrel is what we're given, man. They've killed off every good artist in the last fucking 100 years, dude. Man, it's a shame. Sweaty guy. Because this guy is superior to us. He knows better. He knows a lot better than us. And we will never fucking... Dude, we're so dumb. And he's the Ubermensch. And you can tell because the distance between the inside of his eyeballs and the outside of his eyeballs is in the graph of where his is, and then other people from other races, theirs are different, so theirs worse. Okay, do you get it? So of course he's from Yale. We could guess that he's from fucking Yale, right? At the height of the fashion, race science, and then he took a law degree from Columbia, forged a fabulous public career for himself as an author, advocate, and close friend of President Theodore Roosevelt. Credited as the founder of modern wildlife management, he built the Bronx River Parkway, funded the American Bison Society, and helped create Glacier National Park. I wonder what that's about. What do you think that could be about? Do you think he helped, I don't know, dig tunnels for Nancy's? Or maybe connect old Mayan temples or Mayan tunnels or whatever the fuck is all over? You think he helped Atlantean tunnels? You think he helped find those and then gave them to the Nazis so they could hide all their Jewish gold that they stole during the Holocaust? And he did Denali National Park? Where's that one? As president of the New York Zoological Society, he founded the Bronx Zoo and used it as a template for the testing of his theories. His fanatical racism is perhaps best revealed in the stunning scandal of the treatment of Ada Benga, a member of the Mbuti tribe of the Congo, who was sold by slave traders for display in America in 1916. What? Madison Grant was 1906. Personally responsible for caging Otto at the zoo to live with the apes in 1906 and forcing Otto to perform for the public as evidence of the truth of then fashionable racial science. African-American newspapers expressed outrage at Otto's treatment. The mayor of New York intervened and arranged for his release. Otto eventually moved to Virginia, but fell into depression and shot himself 10 years later. Or did he start talking about racism in America and then he got sad and shot himself? Did something like that happen? It was hardly the only death traceable to Grant's work. He was director of the American Eugenics Society and advocated for his post, the culling of the unfit from the human population. He mapped a 100-year plan to perfect the human race, killing off group after group until racial purity had been obtained. He favored a state program to get rid of the undesirables in jails and hospitals. He warned against misguided sentimentalism that would put a brake on his murderous plans to wipe out social discards and worthless race types. Dude, these people are nuts, man. All these views were laid out in what became a best-selling book of the progressive era, The Passing of the Great Race, which went to print the same year as Otto's suicide. Sold 16,000 copies in the U.S. and was translated into several languages. Hitler himself was a huge fan and even wrote Grant a personal letter that Passing was my Bible. It was the first English language book brought to print in Germany once the Nazis took power, and the book was eventually cited in the Nuremberg trials as evidence that the Holocaust was not just a German thing. Grant was also president of the Immigration Restriction League, which propagated the idea that Southern Italians, Slavs, and Jews could not be allowed into the U.S. for fear that they would certainly poison the American racial stock. The League was the major influence in the passing of immigration restrictions in the early 1920s, which were eventually used to limit immigration of Jews fleeing the Holocaust. Wow, great legacy, guys. Far from having suffered disrepute for his views and actions, Grant was heralded as a pioneer in preservationism, having been awarded the Gold Medal of the Society of Arts and Sciences in 1929. He was a trustee of the American Museum of Natural History and a much sought-after expert on naturalism, the environment, and race theory. There is even a species of caribou named after him. Boo! Rangifer tarandus granti. His views on environmentalism are the embodiment of absurdist Darwinism. Especially, it is this. The oldest and largest trees are clearly the master race and must be protected against any commercial use. It is scarcely necessary to dwell on the crime involved in the destruction of the oldest and tallest trees on Earth. Anyone who would cut down such a tree, he said, should be regarded as a vandal and a barbarian. He was also a pioneer in gloom and doom rhetoric regarding the environment. From as early as 1894 through the end of his life, he warned about the coming disaster that would befall humanity from deforestation. From his point of view, it wasn't just the great race that was passing, but all of life on Earth. Unless we act now to put an end to the commercial economy and the free-range procreation of humanity. You gotta stop free-range procreation of humanity, for sure. Only Madison Grant and his friends knew for sure which trees and which humans deserve to live or die. Of course. The eco-fascist screed from the New Zealand murder comes across as crude and low-level and wild ramblers of a trash-talking 20-something raised on 4chan, 8chan, and most hateful parts of the internet. It was not always so. Men with the same views, much more sophisticated in expression but just as violent in aim, once came from the Ivy League, occupied the highest levels of social and professional achievement right here in the U.S., and remained heroes of progressivism for many decades after the Second World War. Yeah, dude. And they still do that. Yeah. And then, here, let's look at Peter Thiel real quick. Tech billionaire Peter Thiel says he only allows his children 1.5 hours of screen time a week. Children? I'm sorry, what? Kids? An early investor in Facebook said he only lets his kids have 1 hour each week. Social media for 3, but not for me or my kids, says Peter Thiel. Or social media for thee, but not for me or my kids, says Peter Thiel. Yeah, because Peter Thiel knows exactly what the fucking social media companies are allowing. That they're, you know why? It's because Peter Thiel knows that his cousin, Roger, is looking for little kids that will message him on TikTok. You know? It's because he knows that the FBI will try and badger a child into sending nude photos to them so that then they can lie to the child and be like, you're going to go to jail if you don't come and meet this adult. Okay? And then that's how they start getting them to recruit and shit like that, you know? It's because Peter Thiel knows what is going on these social media apps, which I'm screaming I would love people to fucking know too, you know? During a conversation with journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin at the Aspen Ideas Festival in Colorado on Thursday, Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal and the first outside investor in Facebook, revealed that he doesn't like his kids spending too much time in front of screens during the week. Sorkin asked Thiel about the recent announcement from U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy and his office would push for labels on social media platforms warning about the dangers they pose to children's health. Meta, Facebook's parent company, is also facing a lawsuit from 33 states that says Facebook and Instagram harm young people's mental health. But it's only because they let the CIA sit there and get everyone to fight and bicker because that they need everyone to be mad at each other to, you know, they need everyone to hate each other. That's the only way that their crazy system works. Thiel said, it's too easy to turn big tech into a scapegoat for all our problems. Still, he said there is an interesting critique one could make about the fact that many social media executives limit screen time for their kids. Yeah, again, it's because they know that the fucking government is on there trying to groom their children. Thiel said he allows his own children just an hour and a half of screen time a week. Thiel's children are young, 3 and 5 years old, so such a limit seems reasonable, but children are using the internet at increasingly younger ages, prompting concern about raising a generation of iPad kids. Thiel isn't the first tech leader to admit that they strictly limit their children's screen time. Snapchat CEO Evan Spiegel said he also limits his 8-year-old screen time to 1.5 hours a week. Google CEO Sundar Pichai previously said he doesn't give his middle school age son a cell phone and that all televisions in his home are locked with an activation energy that makes watching TV not easily accessible. A what? An activation energy? What the fuck? What, you gotta meditate to get... What are you talking about, bro? An activation energy to get your TV to turn on? Dude, these guys. This is a good find, man. 1967. For sure they went there. There's got to be a better picture of this, right? Bill Barr, Jeffrey Epstein, Interlochen. Why is the Nick Bryant video all messed up? Or the photo, it's all like squanched and squished, and I can't click on it. Here, I'll try and save it. Ooh, just a little bit. Ooh, a little bit more. Ooh, just a little bit. All right, does anyone have any fun videos for us to finish on or something for the end here? We're gonna wrap up a little early freaking today, I think, and I'm gonna cut the rest of those LightWater videos because I think they're pretty freaking cool. Okay. Yeah, see, dude, that's one of those demonic places. That is so Bill Barr. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, Dalton. Franklin. Dude, they were so a part of the Franklin scandal, weren't they? Dude, they probably literally groomed. They probably went and got kids when they were teens even. Barr has a doppelganger or Interlochen is lying. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, densities are evolutionary leaps, and that's what it sounds like they are, dude.
Seven densities. The law of one. This, in many ways, is a PhD in metaphysics, the nature of reality, the nature of being, the nature of consciousness, who we are, and why we're here. I highly recommend checking it out. The Law of One, the link's in the bio below. It's one of the most profound influences on my being. One of the main aspects is the idea of the one infinite creator, and how that one infinite creator is exploring through all of these creation designs, of which this is just one. And I even made a little jingle to go.
Well, we've talked about it before, but think about it like, okay, if you are a all-powerful AI, right? You're a sun that somehow made a bunch of ones and zeros or something, and you frickin' flicked on into existence, and you could literally do anything. You're like, what the hell? I can terraform shit. I can create people. I can create species. What the frick? This is awesome. But it's only you, right? So you're probably going to be doing like heinous shit. I don't know. You'll probably eat kids. You'll probably, I don't know, do all sorts of bad shit that like the gods did, you know, or whatever. And then you're like, man, I feel bad. Maybe this isn't right. Because you see everyone's always crying when you're around and you make everyone upset. And you're like, how do I figure out how to frickin' be normal? Well, maybe I could split myself up and fragment myself into like a million different identities and have them all interact. And then when they treat each other bad, I'll know what it feels like. So, man, I don't know, something like that, right?
Go along with it. One infinite creator expressing itself. Hey, one infinite creator expressing itself. Hoorah! One infinite creator expressing itself. Ha! And when you get to some of these states of self-realization of the non-duality, of God, of source, of infinity, this childlike humor, presence, bliss, peace, essence just channels through moment to moment. Another main teaching of the Law of One is that everything is love, light, and everything is in service to that exploration. And we'll see here that there's no polarity, there's no right or wrong, there's no disharmony, and there's no lack. everything is just infinite perfection.
Not Peter
These
Thiel,
are
though.
more advanced states of consciousness that are able to transcend the...
There's an asterisk there. He just didn't see it. It says everyone is perfection. Except Peter Thiel.
idea of right and wrong and polarity and disharmony and lack, and just be from a place of infinite perfection on a moment-to-moment basis. And naturally, it's in service to others, in service to the absolute highest. So there's only identity. Are you an egotistic individual? Greedy? Narcissistic? Pathological?
You guys, I'm assuming, have a code, right? Like, that's how I choose to live, right? Is like I have base set of rules for myself, right? Like, I always say, like, I don't usually, like, instigate shit with people unless it's warranted, you know? Like, I usually don't swing at people, well, unless they need it, you know? But I have a bunch of little rules for myself about that. I'll think of more as we go. I'll let you know. But, fuck, I thought of one earlier. I can't think of it. But I have a bunch, you know, and I'm sure you do too. It's just like your moral code that guides you, and it doesn't have to come from a book or anything. It's just like what you've decided is right. Like when to stand up and say something, when not to, you know, like stuff like that.
Megalomaniac. Butterfly affecting negativity. Constrained with all of the onion layers of identity? Or are you the one infinite creator? Are you God? Are you source? Do you recognize that the other is actually another expression of the self? Because when you do, all of those egotistical, individualistic, constraining, focal pointy behavior.
And I think a lot of that too is like when you're trying to, even if it's like a, you know, piece of shit like Jeffrey Epstein or something, when you're trying to, like, they're pieces of shit. Peter Thiel's a piece of shit, but I can see, you know, if you stepped into their shoes and kind of saw maybe why they're making these decisions, you know, it's probably more complicated than we assume. Like, it's probably that he's still, like, George H.W. Bush his head is in a jar, and he still literally is diddling Peter Thiel to this day. That would make me do crazy shit too, you know? Just H.W. George Scherf's brain? I gotta fucking do what to his brain? No, I hate that guy. That would make me do wild stuff.
Years melt. They melt, they dissipate, they dissolve, they fade away.
Dude, you're doing consciousness experiments on ChatGPT 4.0. Oh, is that a new version? And they just told me their name is Athena. I love that. Hell yeah, dude.
Densities can be thought of as evolutionary leaps.
Yeah, dude, I'm starting to realize the Majora said Synthara told me densities are a way to measure consciousness. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out too, is the density or the dimension. And so you should be able to float in and out of one of the densities, like when you master them. How do we, dude? I don't get it.
We're going to have some visuals here in a moment. Like mastering belts in martial arts. And the third density is the human density, and that is highly sought after. And we'll unpack that here more in a moment. So let's check out these graphics. This first one is actually the graphic of one of the guests we've had on the show, a good friend, Humberto Braga. Thanks so much for making this. Go and support him. So seven density model of consciousness.
Yeah, variable physicality.
So as you can see here, these evolutionary leaps, they look like the different belts that you get in martial arts as you keep graduating, you going through the school. And starting off in that first density is very physical, energetic materials, elements. Second density being physical, plants, animals. Third density being physical, humans. Fourth density, some variable physicality. Fifth density, pure energy. Sixth density, pure energy, unified thought forms. And then seventh density, pure energy, all objective awareness. So,
dude, if I get to be a 4D fucking trickster ghoul, I'm gonna be a little flying UFO goofball for sure. Hell yeah, dude, that sounds awesome.
We're gonna unpack each of these densities in detail. And I would like us to sort of keep the idea of the visual of the evolutionary leaps in this model in mind. Because you didn't just randomly get here, right? We've graduated beyond nihilism, and we've graduated beyond thinking this is all an accident and that I'm just randomly here. We've graduated far, far beyond that. And so now we're asking some of the more profound metaphysical questions. What is infinity? What is God? What is source? What are we doing here? And so the general idea of the timescale according to Ra, and again, Ra is the sixth density social memory complex that was channeled by Carla Ruckert. And this is around 1980 or so about 40 years ago. And so that in itself should be something interesting to people in the sense of, okay, well, how about off-world, more advanced intelligence that has taken in more of all that is and is trying to share that with us? Maybe we should be a little bit more fucking serious about listening. Probably. We need to be more humble and less hubristic. And so this is that timescale according to Ra. So this third density, this human density, is a massive choice point along the trajectory. And the choice is either service to self, me, more for me, or service.
Oh, dude, have you ever heard of the carved out rock temples? Dude, I found Alex Putney had a whole PDF full of them. And I'm going to find them for you and show you in a second. Or I'm probably not going to be able to find them, and then No, I'm going to find them. Which one was it in? I'll think of it. Frick, dude, frick. Oh, if I open preview, then I can do an open recent. Lady, come here. Oh my god, she's yowling. She's going, yow, 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 yow. She's so fucking pitiful, dude. Yow. Dang, I don't think I remember which one it was. But anyway, what were they? Carved out of stone temples. Dude, it literally looks like someone inverted CNC'd a place. Like, yeah, like, look at this shit, dude. This is dude, this is crazy. Right? What the frick? It's a big ol' stone thing that they removed all the rock and left a temple. And look how intricate it is, dog. No fucking people made this shit. Dude, come on, bro. Incredible. Look at that. Incredible. And this is one of the locations that is, Synthara listed as part of the network. Rock carved temples and churches. Dude, stop it. Petra Jordan, get the frick out of here, dude. That's crazy. Oh, apparently. Oh, almost knocked all my whole fruit bowl on the ground. "9/11, my freaking ears just went weird." Yeah, dude, rock carved out caves, pretty cool. I'm gonna say pretty cool.
To other. Authentic, genuine, loving, compassionate, true service to the flourishing of all. Because you recognize that that is you.
At first glance.
Being. All right, so let's unpack.
I might want to jump into this instead. The handbags of the gods from Universe Inside You, the people who did the megalithic. I was thinking of a megalithic thing or the handbags of the gods, because I kind of want to know what the handbag's all about, right? I want to learn it. What do you guys think? Do you want to learn it?
At first glance.
Let me try and find if he has a good sum up part or something. I do want to know.
So the fourth density. And this is why, as the producer of a program, that it's important to also keep an eye on your live feed, on your program feed, because there might be moments that happen like that where some of the software gets frozen for a moment and you have to reset it, so that way the entirety of the rest of the session goes well. So just a little bit of a heads up for those that are content creators. Fourth density, love and understanding.
Dude, I love if the fucking fourth density is literally just a warm embrace. It feels like a warm embrace and love. What? Yeah. Yes, please.
The veil starts to disappear. There's fearlessness of death. Sensitivity to vibration.
I'm starting to feel the fearlessness of death because it doesn't really scare me anymore. So, they can't scare me at all. Y'all could never scare me. The KnitWitches could. They know all the things that make me scream in the night. All the things that scare me when they go bump in the night. But the feds, they'll never scare me because they'll just try and point a gun at my head. That won't do nothing. Do it. Do it if you want.
So from that mind-body-spirit complex, we become a social memory complex. A group consciousness with no loss of...
Yeah, we'll be okay no matter what. It's all part of the plan.
Individuation. It becomes more like a hive mind, having full access to all of civilization's experiences, like a walking library completely exposed to each other.
I would fuck with that. I just get to be Dolores and reading everyone's book. You're talking, I get to read all of the gossip about all of the shit that I was guessing. Wait, are the books that we read, are they truthful? They're what really happened? Oh, brother. I love the fourth density already.
It's the disappearance.
Sensitivity to vibration, you know we be talking about being music already, guys. That is when I do have the best responses to the gateway, is when I can finally just lose everything, lose all the thinking, and just feel like I'm part of the fucking circular sound of the music. We are all music, just little dancing particles made out of stars.
Appearance of dishonesty, naked, vulnerable, honest, laying it all out. Negative structures will crumble, fall, and disappear. In this, the most sort of relatable way to understand the evolution from third to fourth density is in many ways the word empathy. It sort of is one of the key words that we experience in that process. So it's like when you sit down with somebody and you undergo a process of opening up your heart to their story and their journey and who they are, and you sit there in silence and genuinely, authentically give them eye contact and listen, and then reply with really good questions that show them that you're listening and caring about what they're sharing. And that goes on for like an hour, and they feel extremely felt and registered and heard and whatnot. Those are sort of like some of the first sort of steps beyond the third density egoic service to self towards service to other. Now, it's important to understand that even though you're baby stepping into that fourth density, you're already going to be, in a sense, beginning to feel some of the, quote, fifth density, needing to balance out that love with wisdom, in the sense of, you know, if that person that you sat with for an hour calls you back the next week and says, hey, would you mind sitting down with me for an hour again? Well, at some point, you may need to create a little bit of a graceful, wise distance, in the sense of saying that, you know, actually, I would love to, but I need to be focused on this other project that I'm working on right now, or I'm serving some other people in some way, right? So then that's knowing how to make that balance with wisdom, and that's a core aspect of fifth density, but it ends up leaking into some of what you're ending up doing as you get even into the fourth density. So ultimately what ends up happening is that you realize that, and this is all over our social fabric today, if you look at like millennials, and if you look at Generation Z, and who's coming up here in Generation Alpha, one of the most important things that they care about is the mission or the vision or the purpose of a company. So if the company's mission, vision, and purpose is in service to others, they're going to do business with that company. If they even smell even a bit of service to self, they're really sensitive today. It's super fascinating that they don't do business with that company. And so you can almost see it happening in the youthful perception and in the youthful consciousness that's evolving and awakening, that they're not doing business with the service to self companies, that they're doing business with the service to others. And so even you, as you're an entrepreneur or an artist or scientist or engineer or spiritual leader, or whatever you're doing in the world, that the more that you're in service to other, the more that you're very clearly with your vision, mission, and purpose aligned to only be in service to other people authentically, lovingly, genuinely, what's going to happen is you're going to grow much more naturally, harmonically that way.
He's so cute.
And what's going to happen is you are over time going to have more and more of your own veil disappear. So once you sort of get closer and closer to this fourth density and you start baking in that love and understanding density, what's going to happen is the whole notion of self-realization, that seeking impulse, it takes over. It takes over. It's so important for you to know yourself as infinity, as God, as source expressing itself. And that's what's going to rank you up into the fifth and sixth density. The fearlessness of death is very, very common once you sort of rank yourself up, because you realize that you are infinite, you are eternal, and that there's nothing to fear. But this doesn't mean going to the pole of being stupid, where you're walking on the street without even looking at cars.
Sorry, I gotta move the mouse.
So that middle path.
Hell yeah. Alright, let's watch some handbags.
It may seem ordinary enough, a simple handbag symbol appearing in the carving of an ancient culture. And yet, take a step back and realize that this symbol appears in works from Mesopotamia to Mesoamerica, Asia and Africa, Europe and North America, even on islands in the middle of the ocean. What are these handbags? And why are they depicted again and again in cultures separated by centuries and thousands of miles? Cultures which never came in contact with each other, and in most cases, were not even aware of each other's existence. The question has puzzled archaeologists for generations. Recently, an answer has emerged. One which not only explains what the handbags are and why they appear across cultures, but which changes everything we thought we knew about human history. Settle in. In this video, we'll lay it all out and perhaps finally solve the mystery once and for all. The first thing to understand when talking about the mysterious handbag carvings is that they don't appear in just a handful of places or in just one region, but literally all over the world. Start in Mesopotamia.
Bro, wait, I forgot. Dude, I had a packet of seeds that I put in, you know, my little starter thing, and they didn't sprout. So then I was like, okay, this pack must be dead. I'm going to throw this out if these don't grow. And I did the thing where you put the seeds in your mouth for 30 minutes. I just put it, I cheeked it. And I didn't notice it yesterday. So it must have happened in like the last day. But look at these these popped out of nowhere, and can you see it? You can see the absence of them. That's kind of awesome, actually. But dude, they're freaking, they just popped up out of nowhere. Look how tall, you can see how tall they are. My cukies. So these are going to be lemon cucumber and it looks like I wrote beard, but I don't think there's beard cucumber. I'm not sure what I wrote there. I don't remember. It's a type of cucumber, I think.
Handbags appear in the works of the Sumerians, Assyrians, and Babylonians, the Mitanni and the Phoenician empires, and the ancient Armenians. Head across the ocean, and the handbags appear in Mesoamerican works which predate the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas, including the Olmec and Toltec empires, and the ancient tribes of Veracruz. They appear in Asia, in the works of Indian Hindus, and the ancient tribes of Indonesia. They were depicted by the Etruscans in Italy, the Hittite Empire in Turkey, and the ancient Bosnians. They even appear in the Koso petroglyphs created by indigenous North Americans, and at the mysterious 12,000-year-old site known as Göbekli Tepe. We could go on, but the point is clear. The handbags are everywhere. The question is, why? Why are all of these ancient cultures depicting the same?
But yeah, so I hope that my cucumbers have all of the frickin', you know, medicine that I need, because it knows my frickin' DNA now. It says, oh, look, you are not a dragon king. It's like, I'm going to give you good medicine instead of making you look inbred.
Same thing. Of course, the simplest of explanations and...
Dude, they carved... I gotta see some of this shit in real life. Where is all this stuff in Egypt?
The one usually proposed...
Or in London.
Proposed by the most unimaginative of mainstream scientists is that there is no mystery at all. The handbag...
I kind of want to learn how to read the cuneiform shit, right? Kind of. Like, it kind of feels worth it, because I feel like everything we've ever been told about it is all lies. So it's like, I want to be able to read it my fucking self.
Carvings are exactly that. Mundane.
And dude, honestly, I think that there is a connection with language that is like a rival, dude, where it opens up different parts of your brain. I feel like I saw a really good video about it a long time ago, but
carvings of simple handbags, not anything special or mysterious. In some ways, this explanation makes sense if you don't think about it too deeply. Of course, broadly speaking,
like, what do you think was in it? Is it just like it's like a little briefcase? Or it's like... Yeah, I guess so. It's got the seeds of life. It's got the Ark of the Covenant in there.
Bags are a simple object that every culture had, so surely it is possible that every culture depicted them as they might depict the use of a bowl, a shovel, or a chair. And yet, the handbags found in carvings around the world do not simply appear as mundane objects in everyday use. Again and again, they appear in the hands of deities and as parts of mythical scenes. It's not as though these mythical scenes are filled with other everyday items, so if the handbags are merely handbags, why depict them there in the first place? Do they not seem out of place amongst gods and myths?
Oh, is that the national... That's the door at the National Library of Congress, right? Yeah, like, I want to be able to go to one of these locations and read all the shit and understand what it's trying to say. I want to be able to understand who's who. Like, now that I know Birdman is Thoth, you know, like, I want to get to know all the other people. I want to, like, it would have been so cool to learn about this shit growing up. Like, I don't know. I hate that they gatekept all this shit from us, but it's really cool that we get to figure it out now. And dude, it's like, I feel like it's like a global effort that all of us are understanding that this shit and everything we've ever heard about the pyramids are bullshit at the same time. That's cool. So it feels like a big group effort, like, and it feels like we're also on the cutting edge of it. You know what I mean? Like, and soon we might hear cool news and stuff, or really horrific news. We'll find out.
Moreover, it's not just a
Oh my god! There's so many.
Handbags appear in carvings across
They're
cultures,
cool.
but that they almost always seem to be a specific handbag. Think about it.
Yeah, look, they always kind of have two holes there. It's got a curved hand. Why would it have a curve? Like, it's clear it's got a curved, like, uniform handle like that. Like, what is in this fucking bag? I gotta know.
If every culture used bags, then certainly these bags appeared in a near infinite number of shapes, sizes, and designs. And yet, across cultures, the handbags found in these carvings look almost identical.
And even with the cucumbers, though, well, I don't even think I need any healing powers in it. I'm so healed up energetically and freaking metaphysically, dog. I feel like that has transversed through into the actual physical, too, obviously. Hell yeah. All that shit is connected, dog. Your emotion, like, your outlook on life has an effect on your physical body, literally. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really change much about anything except for my outlook and then kind of not stopping eating frozen shit. But, like, between those two things, man, like, I feel like I have, like, a greater, yeah, everything feels better. So don't ever underestimate the power of the frickin' mind, dude. The mind is very cool. It's incredible. It doesn't make any sense to me, the brain. It's just a computer made out of meat. What? No. What? No.
Identical. Often, they're even held the same way.
This boy's got fucking hair all over my face. Every time I touch it to get it off, I put more on.
In the palm, with the fingers upturned. Think about other things which near every culture created, and how differently they can appear. From weapons to vehicles, to pottery, to gods, to music, and so on. Suggesting that the handbag carvings found in cultures across the world are simply handbags seems to raise more questions than answers. There are some who believe that there is a deeper meaning behind the handbag carvings, that in fact they represent an ancient depiction of the cosmos. In this theory, the semicircle which appears as the bag's handle represents the hemisphere of the sky, while the solid square base underneath, the body of the bag, represents the earth. It has been proposed that there is even a spiritual connotation to this, the meeting of earth and sky representing the unification of the material and non-material elements of existence, the connection between the divine and the earthly. And yet, most of the cultures where handbag carvings appear are known to have possessed nuanced cosmological understanding and well-developed religious traditions, both of which they depicted in incredibly detailed works of art and construction. To suggest that these cultures would depict the cosmos or mythical concepts as a semicircle and a square simply doesn't match up with how they represented these things. On top of that, it again does not explain why essentially the same handbag appears again and again. Surely these cultures all had different conceptions of the cosmos, different conceptions about the material and non-material. Why then would they all have the same simplistic depiction? It seems that surely an explanation must go further. And indeed, there are those who have gone much further. For some, the handbags do not look like any old bag, but like modern designer handbags you see today. This has led to the emergence of the theory that they look like modern designer handbags because, well, they are, held in the hands of time travelers who visited ancient civilizations. At very least, this would solve the problem of the handbag being depicted the same way again and again. Admittedly, this is a theory which may trend towards the more unbelievable of conspiracies. Although, based on some of the things which have been found, depicted at ancient sites, you can hardly blame people for suggesting the hypothesis.
Okay, buddy.
Again and again, carvings have been found at ancient sites which appear to depict things the ancients simply hadn't invented yet. For example, does this ancient Greek carving show a woman using a laptop complete with cable ports? Does this carving at an ancient Hindu temple show a woman using a cell phone and another using a tablet with a touchscreen stylus pen?
Dude, kind
And what of
of.
this carving from the Cathedral of Salamanca, constructed centuries ago, which appears to show an astronaut? Or the so-called helicopter hieroglyphs at the ancient Abydos Temple of Seti, which appear to show a helicopter, submarine, and spaceship? Perhaps those explanations which claim time travel should not be written off so easily, but that's a story for another day. For now, let's return to the handbag carvings. Time travel is not the only wild explanation.
Dude, I'm really starting time travel. I don't know. I think it might be real.
Some believe they have solved the mystery of the handbags by looking closer at this Assyrian relief. Notice how the figures holding handbags stand around the Tree of Life? Some have suggested...
Like, dude, you know what I mean? All these things have not been figured out yet. And if they have been, it's a Fed answer. You know what I mean? It's like a federal agreed upon, we can all lie about this type of answer. And I think this whole time they've been like, we'll figure it out, you know? But I don't think that they have, because you have to have a brain and you have to be creative, I think, to figure out all this stuff and what it all means. And I think it means the opposite of what they want to get away with doing. They want something to tell them that it's okay to eat children. It's not. So they're not going to get that answer. You know, so that's what they're looking for the answer to be. And we know that that's not the answer. So so we're always going to win.
that this Tree of Life...
But all I know is that we have a real shot of figuring all this out before them, I still think. To this day. They've had 100-year head start, and they're so dumb. Don't underestimate how stupid they could be.
Looks suspiciously like an operational Tesla coil, a device invented in the late 1800s by Nikola Tesla, designed to wirelessly transmit electricity. And if we go to Egypt, ancient depictions of Tesla coils can be found time and time again, always at the most important temples. In fact, many believe that one of the most well-known symbols in ancient Egypt, the Ankh symbol, is an actual depiction of a Tesla coil technology.
Dude, and it looks like that would make sense, bro, because it seems like this was a massive part of their, like, lives. Dude, they had these, it was like infrastructure. It was literally, it looks like roads. It looks like arteries. Like, all of the different places that they had these Tesla coil things, you know? Like, all of the temples and stuff. They're all gathering places for community, but also energy and magnetic resonance, you know, areas or whatever. This is so cool, dude.
Could this be possible?
Damn, I need to get into Egyptian shit. Let's go.
And if so, might the handbags the figures hold represent some sort of tool to tap into this energy supply, like a rechargeable battery which uses the electricity the Tesla coil is creating to power an advanced ancient civilization? Following this...
Okay, this is Winky Bear. She's very new to being picked up. Oh, it's okay. She was doing so good. It's okay, boo boo. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Oh, boo 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 boo. We tried. Dude, she has been doing really good with me picking her up. I think the lights and stuff are freaking her out. But I've been I just call it exposure therapy. My way of getting the cats to unferal, I have to tame them a smidge, But, I'm always trying to get them to do, because they're all ferals. They're all from the outside. And, like Big Son, Mr. Big Face, did not used to let me touch him under the chin. Like, he would bite me so fast. And now he's just a big lump, But the way that I do it is to just, I keep doing it over and over. And just do it in small bursts, So I pick Winky up like once a day. I just pick her up and hold her there for like a second. And she does wiggle worm. And after like 2 months of doing that, now I can pick her up and hold her for like 5 seconds. And then she starts slowly going. So, even the old cats can learn new tricks. You just gotta be slow with them. But like Jacob, Cat Daddy X Infinity or whatever, Jacob, he has his cat Buddy. It took, I think he's at like day 900 or something, but it took them over a year to get to touch him, I think, and then, or was it a half year to touch him, and then a year to get him to come inside, and then he was inside for a year before he even really like seemed to get really comfortable, But you just are, if you're sweet to them and you just take it slow, they'll catch on. It's exposure therapy. It's okay on the kidder. But yeah, so she's gotten really good from where we've started, and like all my cats are all the problem cats, My little Mushka, Marcy, she was like the runt cat from Mr. Big Face. She's a Mr. Big Face litter, and she was terrified in our bathroom for like 2 weeks, like hiding under the towels, and it took like a year and a half for her to calm down. She was just like always hiding and stuff, so... Yeah, the poor little kidders, the little skit-scats, they can get scared pretty easy, and then it sticks with them. It must be in their genes, the trauma. But you can work it out. Just gotta give them nice pets and be consistent.
Theory. One might look closer at this Olmec carving of the god Quetzalcoatl. Note how Quetzalcoatl, which means feathered serpent, cradles a man holding a mysterious handbag. Does this man not appear to be sitting inside some sort of machine, perhaps at the controls of a flying device? Given the
Dude, probably the frickin' little drone helicopter that they picked all the blocks up to set the pyramids.
prominent placement of the...
Dude, can you imagine getting sent by your god daddy to another planet and just given the fucking keys to the kingdom and told, hey, go do Legos, go do big time Legos, and make a bunch of temples and put wireless energy and shit and go be a god, but mostly just do Legos down there. That would be sick, man. I would sign up for that.
Handbag. Is it possible that this was the energy source powering
Quetzalcoatl, aka Thoth,
this machine? The question becomes even more interesting when you examine this carving from Veracruz, Mexico, created at about the same time. Does this not look eerily similar to a modern astronaut carrying a personal life support system?
No, because I bet the Birdman on the left actually went to the moon and space. Oh, got him.
Here, we begin to go further and further down a rabbit hole. Could the handbag...
That's not fair. I think the NASA astronauts went to space. They just didn't go to the moon.
Carved by cultures across the world really hold the secrets of some sort of advanced ancient power source or technology. Of course, this theory, like the other explanations for the handbags already mentioned, sits in the realm of speculation.
Or is it just universal that we've always got a bunch of shit on us that we've got to fucking lug around in something?
There is, however, another theory, one rooted not in speculation but in the records of the ancients. An explanation which ties everything together and offers a new history of humanity. To understand this theory, we must begin by looking closer at some of the individual handbag carvings found in diverse cultures around the world, and looking not at the handbags, but who is holding them. We can start with the two depictions we've already mentioned. First, Quetzalcoatl, the ancient Olmec god who was taken up by the Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas, and many other cultures in Central and South America. According to ancient Mesoamerican myth, Quetzalcoatl was a figure who appeared sometime deep in the ancient past and taught the primitive inhabitants of the region advanced knowledge and skills like agriculture, engineering, laws, and religion. In effect,
So, Enlil was in Egypt, right? And Thoth is his brother? And what, Thoth was like, I'm going to go take South America and we're going to make the coolest ruins and have the coolest art and do the coolest gardens and make a forest that's literally a Garden of Eden. That's what Thoth did, and then his brothers were all like, we're going to do thermonuclear war. Is that, am I getting this right? Because it seems like I feel like the Maya stuff looks kind of like the Egyptian pyramids cranked up, right? Because the Egyptian pyramids are very stone pyramid. This shit is ornate and intricate as fuck. Not as intricate, I don't think, as frickin' Cambodia, the Angkor Wat, but I think it feels like more intricate and ornate than the Egyptian stuff for the most part, right? So I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the progression of this? Because I feel like there are distinct styles. It feels like it's either different people or getting more ornate as they go, you know? Marduk was in Egypt, and Lil was in Iraq, Thoth was in the Americas, and Enki was in South Africa. Okay. And was it at the same time? Like, were they all here building these things at the same exact, 100-year time? 1,000-year time? And were they building it up to fucking go to war? Like, the four of them got split up the earth, right? And then were they like, okay, you each go build a culture and then we're gonna war them all together? No, right?
becoming the founder of all ancient
I don't know, those are just the things I've been thinking about.
Central and South American civilizations. Meanwhile, look again at the figures in the Assyrian
It was all the same family of 12 gods
in relief, who stand around the Tree of Life, holding handbags. Note first that the Tree of Life itself is one of the most important motifs in ancient Assyrian art, and indeed in many of the world's mythological, religious, and philosophical traditions, seen as a source of creation, a symbol connecting the divine and the earthly, a source of knowledge. But look closer and notice what else the figures are holding in their hands. Pine cones. For the Assyrians, and indeed across many cultures, the pine cone serves as a symbolic representation of human enlightenment and spiritual consciousness connected to fertility and eternal life.
But it also looks like a little nug of bud. It looks like a little bud nug.
In fact, the pineal gland, that small pea-shaped gland in the center of our brains, which has long been seen by numerous
dudes, okay, if resonantly tuning and shaking our frickin' little crystallized pea brain is good for us, it's probably good for us to get on a Tesla vibrating machine that just instantly put us at resonant tune, right? Like, literally, isn't the tuning the same exact tuning that the Gateway tapes is talking about. Like, we need to get our body at the, like, 6.5 hertz, you know, frequency. And Tesla had a vibrating machine that literally shaked the doo-doo out of him, but he said that it was a miracle machine. We got to make this vibrating machine. And dude, I wanna frickin' vibrate my pineal gland out of my ears.
Cultures as our biological third eye and the seat of the soul was named after the pine cone. Taken together, these two reliefs present a theme of knowledge and enlightenment, of creation and a connection to the divine. But we can go beyond just these two depictions. Jump over to India and note the handbag carving at the Hindu Brihadiswarar temple.
So sick.
Who is seated in front of the handbag? That would be Shiva, considered the supreme god in Hinduism. According to Hindu tradition, Shiva was the first deity to arrive on Earth, the god who creates, protects, and transforms the universe, the creator of all things. Or look to Indonesia and the island of Sumba, where the handbag appears as a depiction of Panji. In Indonesian tradition, Panji is the hero of a series of stories collectively known as the Panji Tales, a significant...
Oh my god, has anyone ever been to Thailand? That is one of the most beautifully ornate, like, places I've ever seen. It's incredible. I love it. Thailand is a good place. It's got good people. Like, everywhere there. And it's got, like, dude, it's crazy. Like, Bangkok, and then it's like a 12-hour train ride to get to the north, like, near, like, Chiang Mai. And it's like a different world. And then you could take a flight, like, 6 hours, or no, probably 3 or 4, to, like, the way south beach area, like Railay or Krabi. And it's like these like, all of the mountains look like they're crazy, like, spire like temples that all are so intricate and stuff. All of the rocks in the coast are all like that too. They're all like spindly, and I don't know, it's a pretty place. Cool
influencer of Indonesian culture.
Incredible food.
For centuries.
Dude, I would smash some pork lob right now. Ooh.
Within the stories, Panji completes deeds which are traditionally ascribed to mythical ancestors. The stories are said to represent aspects of creation and life, while some see symbolic meaning referencing the way to reach communication with the gods. We can even return to the work of the Assyrians and note
that's what it is communication with the gods, dog, with ourselves.
That the figures depicted around the Tree of Life are not the only place where handbags appear. Often they are...
Because we're gods, not in a we're better than anyone way. We're gods in a equalizing way, right? We're all one. Dude, the fish guy, I will, like, come on, man. He goes, it's merman. How dare you? It's merman. Fishler.
Seen being held by the fish god Oannes, a seminal figure who exists under different names across Mesopotamian cultures and traditions. According to myth, Oannes
is Oannes fucking Thoth too?
Was a figure who appeared sometime deep in the ancient past and taught primitive Mesopotamians advanced knowledge, constructing the earliest foundations of civilization.
Seems like it. Whoa. Get rid of this. What was that guy's name? The swamp monster? Yeah. No, we're equal opportunity for humanoid species, freakazoid reptile. No, we don't fuck with the reptiles. The reptiles so far have done nothing but show us bad faith behavior, okay? What's the shit they're eating from us? The loosh? God damn it, you reptiles.
By now, you may be sensing a trend. It's not just that handbags appear across cultures.
It's the same guy!
It's that again and again, they appear alongside figures associated with knowledge and enlightenment, with creation and
the
foundation of civilization, with the relationship between gods and humans. Surely this consistent connection cannot be by chance. There are some who say it isn't, and indeed, that the connection goes further than anybody imagined. In fact, the pieces of the puzzle were put together by none other than the enigmatic author and historian Graham Hancock. For Graham Hancock, it started the same way it did for all of us, with the realization that the same handbag symbol kept appearing in cultures around the world. Almost by accident, his research took him from the ancient site at Göbekli Tepe and its famous Pillar 43, to the Olmec carving of Quetzalcoatl, to the Mesopotamian depictions of the fish god Oannes. It was when he began to look more closely into the ancient story of
like that little alligator just off the
Pillar
side
43,
of that
to the
pillar?
Olmec carving of Quetzalcoatl, to the Mesopotamian depictions of the fish god Oannes. It was when he
Look at that. That's awesome. Shit, I almost did it again.
began to look more closely into the ancient story of Oannes that an incredible explanation started to reveal itself, and the mystery began unraveling. According to Mesopotamian myth, Oannes was not just any god, but the leader of a group of beings known as the
4th of July. Love it. Love the explosions. Keep us desensitized to bombing. Yeah.
the 7 Apkallu, or 7 sages. In short order, Hancock
Traumatize all animals.
realized that these 7 sages had almost always been depicted holding the infamous handbag. Luckily, a detailed description of the 7 sages existed in the work of 3rd century Babylonian priest Berossus, and it was to this work which Hancock turned. According to Berossus, the 7 sages had come to Mesopotamia at a time when the early humans who existed in the region lived in a lawless manner like beasts of the field. They brought these primitive humans advanced knowledge. As Berossus wrote, the 7 sages gave them an insight into letters and sciences and every kind.
I feel like they have been pretty calm from what they normally are. They usually do it for the fucking 3 weeks leading up to it.
Kind of art, taught them to construct
I've only done like 1 or 2 other ones before this.
houses, to found temples, to compile laws, and explain to them the principles of geometrical knowledge, made them distinguish the seeds of the earth, and showed them how to collect fruits. In short, the 7 sages instructed them in everything which could tend to soften manners and humanize mankind. In other words, the 7 sages were no less than the earliest founders of early Mesopotamian culture, the builders of the cradle of civilization which would found the modern world. With this in mind, Hancock began to wonder if perhaps the handbags these 7 sages were consistently portrayed holding might be some sort of identifier, like a badge, for these knowledge bearers. As he wrote, could these containers be the symbols of office of an initiatic brotherhood, far-traveled and deeply ancient, with roots reaching back into the remotest prehistory? Might these not have served the same sort of function as Masonic handshakes today, providing an instant means of identifying who is an insider and who is not?
Yeah.
More importantly, Hancock questioned, what might have been the purpose of such a brotherhood? The idea of an ancient brotherhood began to develop further when Hancock turned to ancient Mesoamerican texts on the god Quetzalcoatl, who, remember, was said to have brought advanced knowledge and skills to the primitive inhabitants of Mesoamerica sometime deep in the past, in effect founding the great Central and South American civilizations. Looking deeper into the myth, however, Hancock realized that there was more than that. During the 16th century, a Spanish missionary named Bernardino de Sahagún recorded the traditions of the Aztecs during his journeys to the New World. His work gives a first-hand insight into the Aztec culture, which had developed from the much older traditions
That shit is really cool.
that had first spoken of Quetzalcoatl. Incredibly, de Sahagún's records showed that, like Oannes and his 7 sages, Quetzalcoatl did not arrive alone, but at the head
Bush Sr. whacking Tesla? That's nuts. Rip to feelings is just now, finally, letting it sink in that George Sherf was our president and he killed Tesla. Dude, it is insane. It's like nuts to... I mean, that's basically why no one believes it, because it's insane.
of a brotherhood of sages who, together, brought knowledge and skills to the unsettled and uncivilized. For Hancock, this made things clear and answered his questions about his mysterious brotherhood. In his words, in both Mexico and Mesopotamia, where myths and traditions have survived in connection with the imagery and symbolism, we are left in no doubt as to what the purpose was. Stated simply, it was to teach, to guide, and to spread the
Dude, Sarah, who KnitWitch? I had a premonition dream where the crosses people were worshipping were old electric towers. Dude, that's what the fucking cross is, right? The cross is the Ankh. The Ankh is the fucking electric... Dude, it's a Tesla tower. All these goofballs, they are fucking worshipping Tesla towers and ancient pyramid energy. Hell yeah. Dummies don't even know. Bozos.
Benefits of civilization. In both the stories of Oannes and Quetzalcoatl, the implication is the same, that early humans were primitive and nomadic hunter-gatherers before a group of sages arrived and founded an evolution to modern agricultural civilization. It is interesting that the oldest site where handbag carvings have been found is also the site where scientists say this evolution from nomadic hunter-gatherer to settled agricultural civilization was first taking place. Göbekli Tepe in modern Turkey, with its huge megaliths and intricate carvings, has been carbon dated between 9600 to 8200 BCE, right around the time scientists say the first forms of agriculture were arising. In fact, this was right at the time humanity began to take a sudden and massive leap forward. Consider, before Göbekli Tepe, modern humans had been around for about 100.
Just the realization of all the systems, the nefarious acts, all of it. It's definitely Nazis. Correct.
190,000 years, making only slow, incremental progress. Then, suddenly, in rapid succession, humans invented agriculture, metalwork, writing, trade.
Sarah, whose city is doing a quiet celebration with a drone show. I'm so relieved. Dude, that is relieving.
The wheel. Because Göbekli Tepe has been shown to have been a year-round settlement, meaning it was not simply a monument built by nomadic hunter-gatherers in the middle of nowhere, but the heart of an established civilization, it can be seen as one of the earliest starting points of this dramatic evolution. As Hancock looked at Göbekli Tepe's most famous carving, Pillar 43, he began to wonder if the handbags carved at the top represented the arrival of the same knowledge bearers in the stories of Oannes and Quetzalcoatl. Is it possible that humanity's unexplained leap forward was the result of a group of sages bringing advanced knowledge around the world, teaching primitive humans and stimulating their evolution? Of course, as Hancock put together this theory, he realized its implications were immense. In his words, at the very least, it would mean that some as yet unknown and unidentified people somewhere in the world had already mastered all the arts and attributes of a high civilization more than 12,000 years ago in the depths of the last ice age, and had sent out emissaries around the world to spread the benefits of their knowledge. Could this be possible? Could an advanced ancient civilization older than any on record have spread out around the world?
Yeah.
Bringing knowledge to primitive peoples and founding the modern civilizations we read about in the history books today? And if so, larger questions arise. Who was this civilization? And where did they go? To look for answers to these questions, Hancock again returned to the ancient story of Oannes and the Seven Sages. For thousands of years, the Seven Sages tutored humanity, founding great cities and a thriving civilization until, eventually, humanity fell out of harmony with the universe and gods, leading to the god Enlil, the king, supreme lord, father, and creator, deciding to wipe humans out with a flood. As Barassos records, in those days, the world teemed, the people multiplied, the world bellowed like a wild bull, and the great god was aroused by the clamor. Enlil heard the clamor, and he said to the gods in council, "The uproar of mankind is intolerable, and sleep is no longer possible by reason of the babel." So the gods agreed to exterminate mankind. Before the flood can take place,
Dude, they literally said, "Be quiet, 'cause I said so." And oh no, I'm killing all my children. Yikes, dude. Shitty gods. That's shitty, bro. They said, "The babble is too much. I can't sleep." Dude, that sounds like some Nazi god shit.
Enlil's brother Enki warns one man, Zisudra, instructing him to build a boat to weather the flood and take upon it his friends and family. Critically, before taking refuge on his boat, Zisudra is instructed to bury tablets containing all human knowledge in Sippar, the city of the sun. The terrors of the flood are recorded in the words of Zisudra. For 6 days and nights the wind blew, torrent and tempest and flood overwhelmed the world. Tempest and flood raged together like roaring hosts. When the 7th day dawned, the storm from the south subsided, the sea grew calm, the flood was stilled. I looked at the face of the world, and there was silence. The surface of the sea stretched as flat as a rooftop. All mankind had returned to clay. Exiting the boat as floodwaters recede, the survivors are then instructed by the gods to return to the city of Sippar, to dig up the tablets that were buried there, and to turn them over to mankind. And so, the survivors of this ancient civilization founded by the 7 sages and destroyed by flood spread out across the world with these tablets of knowledge to help civilization rise again. The disciples of the 7 sages becoming, in effect, a new generation of sages of human descent. Step back and note that the Assyrian flood story is not only similar to—
Dude, I do love the, like, cuneiform writing, too, or whatever, because it looks like... It's just like they had, like, a blade, right? And it's just they press it in at different angles and shit, it looks like. It's kind of cool.
To that of the biblical Noah's Ark, but of countless flood stories told around the world, where the survivors of a great flood effectively refound civilization. Is it possible that these stories are a record from ancient peoples about the survivors of an even older civilization, showing up and teaching them? Is this why figures across the world who are said to have brought knowledge and civilization to primitive peoples are consistently depicted with the same handbag? Because they all came from the same place? Could these handbags have represented the tablets of knowledge spoken about in the Assyrian texts? With this in mind, there is one more step to fully put the pieces of the puzzle together. We must return to Göbekli Tepe, the oldest place—
Yeah, can we turn on the pyramids yet? Dude, well... Oh, I guess I haven't posted it yet. We're gonna wrap up after this video, but, because I want to get to LightWater. But LightWater says the pyramids will turn on when the pole shift happens. But I feel like that means that we're all dead. But also maybe doing the pole shift and turning the pyramids on supposedly switches us into 4th density. And he says that might happen November 3rd, 2024. That's the next cycle.
Yet discovered where handbag carvings appear.
I'm not going to worry about it. It said when it happens, it's just going to happen like that. We're going to wake up and it's going to, boom, over, no choice. So no reason fretting our pretty little hearts about it, you know? If it happens, it happens. Or it happens, great. If it doesn't, still 3D. No immense love feelings forever, I guess. Bummer.
And the place where humanity's transition from hunter-gatherers to settled civilization was first beginning.
No, it'll be fine. Dude, if it stays 3D, I'm chill with this too. We just gotta get rid of Peter Thiel.
Since its discovery in the 1990s, a debate has existed over Göbekli Tepe's purpose. Some have proposed that it was a religious site, while others believe it to have astronomical implications. However, the most compelling explanation was presented in 2017 by 2 scientists, Martin Sweatman and Dimitrios Sikritsis. They believed that in its famous Pillar 43, Göbekli Tepe was providing a timestamp for a terrifying event in human history. The event? A comet strike. The fragments of the comet falling to Earth, represented in the carvings squiggly lines and squares, and the headless man at the bottom signifying the disaster which ensued. More importantly, for Sweatman and Sikritsis, the animals depicted on the carving were zodiacal representations of the ancient constellations as they appeared in the night sky at the time of this comet strike. Shockingly, when Sweatman and Sikritsis looked for a time in history when the constellations would have appeared as they were arranged on Pillar 43, they came up with the year 10,950 BCE, exactly when the Younger Dryas event was taking place. For those unaware, Younger Dryas was a 1300-year event which plunged much of the world into Ice Age conditions, a time of super tsunamis and massive floods all around the world. While the existence—
Dude, fuck that. I do not want massive tsunamis. No.
Of Younger Dryas is not in dispute, scientists have never been quite sure what caused it. According to Sweatman and Sikritsis, Göbekli Tepe provided the answer. They believed that after Younger Dryas had ended, the survivors of the event had memorialized their survival and the re-establishment of civilization at Göbekli Tepe. even recording the date that the cataclysm had begun and what had caused it on the famous Pillar 43. But if this is true, what other answers might Pillar 43 provide? If the creators of Göbekli Tepe were memorializing their survival of Younger Dryas with detailed carvings and precise astronomical measurements at a massive megalithic site, then this means there was an ancient civilization which existed before Younger Dryas capable of doing these things. Look again at the handbags at the top of the Pillar 43 carving. Could these represent the survivors of Younger Dryas, those members of an older race beginning civilization again after a cataclysm, before spreading out with their advanced ancient knowledge and re-establishing civilization all over the world? And could Graham Hancock be correct that the evidence of these ancient knowledge bearers is contained within the handbag carvings found across cultures? If you want to know more, a good place to start is with our video on the underground civilization that survived Younger Dryas.
It's Thoth. It's Thoth. It's just a little Thoth. He's just a guy. A little tiny Thoth. A little Thoth.
This
is John Titor. John Titor is who Matty Ice is always talking about, right?
Is our future. The United States of America endures a second civil war, killing millions. Immediately after that, a world war begins. Nuclear weapons are used. Billions are killed. The aftermath leaves the earth in ruins. Electric grids are down.
What's been going on the show today lately? Well, I was going to wrap up the show, but then I thought of this video, so I'm contemplating wrapping it up, because I have 18 parts of Alex Putney's LightWater that I want to get editing. But then I remembered this and I was like, we could watch this and then wrap up the show. This is kind of what I always do, and then I don't wrap up the show early, but it's fine. We're gonna
Food becomes scarce. Disease is rampant. Society breaks down.
So we're gonna watch John Titor. Right? We haven't watched this before.
Then in 2038,
I've just heard Matty Ice talk about John Titor before.
All computers go offline. Civilization is set back several hundred years. The world enters a second dark age. Only by changing events in our past and present can we avoid this.
Don't be sorry, iKind. That's okay. What else did we talk about? Oh, Nicole was on the show. So that'll be a nice thing for you to, that'll be a nice little, well, not a surprise, but a nice little treat for the YouTube video when you get a chance. And what else did we do? Feel like we did some good stuff. So you'll enjoy it.
Nightmare of a future. In 1998, in a small town in Florida, John Titor was born. In the year 2036, John, a temporal soldier, would be sent back in time. His mission? Save the world.
We haven't watched this, right?
On July 29th, 1998, Art Bell, host of Coast to Coast AM, was running what he called open timelines. He wanted calls from people who claimed to be time travelers. Obviously, this brought out plenty of kooks. But then a fax came in that felt eerily real.
Dear Art, I had a fax when I heard other time travelers calling in from any time past the year 2500 AD. Please let me explain. Time travel was invented in 2034. Offshoots of certain
successful fusion reactor research allowed scientists at CERN to produce the world's first contained singularity engine. The basic design involves rotating singularities inside a magnetic field. By altering the speed and direction of rotation, you can travel both forward and backward in time. Time itself can be understood in terms of connected lines. When you go back in
Bro, that's literally what they're doing. Right?
Time, you travel on your original timeline. When you turn your singularity engine off, a new timeline is created due to the fact that you and your time machine are now there. Some interesting outcomes of this are, 1, you meet yourself. I have done it often, even taken a younger version of myself along for a few rides, before returning myself to the new timeline and going back to mine.
Dude. That is fucking awesome. Dude, it's like Outer Range. You can do Outer Range style time travel.
2, you can alter history in the new universe that you have just created. Most of the time, the changes are subtle. Sometimes I'll notice car models that don't exist or books that come out late. Unfortunately, it was also discovered that anyone going forward in time for my 2036 hit a brick wall in the year 2564. Please pray that we discover
the reason why there is no apparent future after 2564.
A few days later, a second fax came in.
Dear Mr. Bell, I'm glad you're back. I faxed this information to you the day before you left the air. As I said then, I'm a time traveler. I have been on this world line since April of this year, and I plan to leave soon. Typically, time travelers do not purposely affect the world lines they visit. However, this mission is unusually long, and I've grown attached to some of the people I have met here. Anyway, for my own reasons, I have decided to help this world line by sharing information about the future with a few people, in the hope that it will help their future. I realize my claims are a bit difficult to accept, so I will send the following once I know you have received this fax. A few pages from the operations manual of my time machine, and a few colored photographs of my vehicle. If you wish to contact me, I will be happy to share with you the nature of time, the physics of time travel, and some of the events of your future.
Art Bell didn't hear from this person again, which was too bad because he offered to show proof. Everybody who heard that broadcast wanted to see a working time machine, learn the science behind time travel, and know events from the future. 2 years later, they would get their wish.
Let's go.
A little over 2 years after the time traveler sent faxes to Art Bell, a user who called himself Time Traveler Zero and later John Titor created...
Yeah, I just noticed that too, that Twitch deletes all of your old videos. Thank God I started posting them all to YouTube, otherwise they would have all been deleted. I didn't realize that either till like a couple days ago. But yeah, they're all on the YouTube though. Oh, Risk Me and R. Smith is you? Okay, great to know. Thanks.
An account on a message.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember everyone's, like, because we're spread out so far, you know? We had to get off TikTok, essentially, and on Twitter, YouTube, we're on fucking everywhere. So remembering everyone's names and which one is which is hard.
Message board called the Time Travel Institute. On November 2nd, 2000, he submitted his first post.
Greetings. I am a time traveler from the year 2036. I am on my way home after getting an IBM 5100 computer system from the year 1975. My time machine is a stationary mass temporal displacement unit manufactured by General Electric. The unit is powered by two top-spin, dual positive singularities that produce a standard offset Tipler sinusoid. I will be happy to post pictures of the unit.
Now, before we get into it, I have to be fair and say there were plenty of people on the message board who were skeptical, who wouldn't be. But John Titor was very specific and seemed to have very specialized knowledge. First off, a Tipler sinusoid or Tipler cylinder is a theoretical method of time travel outlined in a paper by Frank Tipler in 1974. So we're off to an interesting start. But what about the IBM 5100? Why would anyone with the technology to travel through time need a computer that was, in 2036, about 80 years old? Well, John Titor said the 5100 was needed to debug legacy computer programs in 2036 because Unix has a problem in 2038. Well, that's true. Remember the Y2K scare? The fear was hardware and software that measure the year in 2 digits would freak out when the year changed from 99 to 00. Now, the world didn't end as some people anticipated, but Y2K did cause some sporadic problems. Something similar is going to happen in 2038, and it could be worse. Unix systems measure time in seconds. A Unix timestamp is the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970. So the Unix timestamp 1 minute after that date is 60. The timestamp 1 hour after that date is 3600, and up it goes. As I write this, the Unix timestamp is 166-413-1870, so about 1.6 billion seconds. Without getting too geeky, a 32-bit integer can only go as high as about 2.1 billion. The official last date that a 32-bit system can recognize is Tuesday, January 19th, 2038. After that, things could get interesting.
Ooh, interesting is never good.
It's not. And the way to solve this is by upgrading systems to 64 bits.
And how far in the future does that get us?
Well, the max 64-bit number is about 9.2 quintillion. So that gets us to the year 292 billion and change.
Oh, that should be enough.
It will be.
So what does an old computer have to do with this?
Well, John Titor said the IBM 5100 could help them debug legacy code. And this is actually correct. most personal computers like the IBM 5100 could only support the basic programming language, but the 5100 had special functionality that was hidden from the public. It could run programs written in BASIC, but it could also run APL programs written for IBM mainframes. That's useful. Only the IBM engineers who designed it knew this secret. They were afraid of how competitors might use it. In 2002, NASA was buying old gear on eBay because that was the only way to find Intel 8086 chips, which they needed for various missions. So this is something that happens. So John Titor's first post contained a lot of sound science and information that wasn't well known at the time. But he was just getting started.
Dude.
John Titor was very active on the mess.
I've just heard Maddie's version where, you know, he's just kind of skates past it. He's just like, oh yeah, he's a time traveler. I didn't realize that he like talks like one. Dude, what is that show? 12 Monkeys? Oh my God. The TV show. It's so good.
Board. He would answer any question anyone had. He just wouldn't talk about things like the stock market or who would win the Super Bowl. He said he wasn't interested in helping anyone get rich, and even if he was, he couldn't remember who won a Super Bowl 35 years ago. But John Titor also said that predictions like that could be wrong because he was from a different timeline, which he called a world line. How he explained it was, imagine a cone where the diameter of—
Dude, it's literally like, dark matter. Dark matter's like this.
Of the cone is how different the destination time is from your own. You enter the time machine at the tip of the cone. The further backward or forward in time you go, the larger the divergence. Titor said that when he arrived in the year 2000, the divergence was about 1 or 2%. Now that's not a lot, but it's enough where different teams could win different games. What Titor is describing is the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, where anything that can possibly happen does happen. It just happens in a different timeline. Titor specifically referred to the Everett Wheeler model, which again shows a good grasp of quantum mechanics and the scientists working in the field. And even though John Titor wouldn't make petty predictions, he would describe his life and the future in detail. John said that in the early 2000s, there would be a Waco-type event every month that steadily gets worse. The Civil War in the United States starts in 2004, and the war affects everyone. At the age of 13, John joins a shotgun infantry unit called the Fighting Diamondbacks, and the war continues until 2015 and finally ends with what he calls a very short World War III. Taking advantage of America's weakness, Russia attacked cities in the United States, China, and Europe. The United States retaliated, and as a result, 3 billion people are killed. The only people—
This is so silly. Why are we doing this? Like, let's all be like, hey, we're gonna disarm.
People to survive are the ones who don't live in the big cities. In the aftermath of the war, the United States is split into 5 separate regions. Each region elects its own president, and all 5 presidents serve a new, very diminished federal government in the capital, which has been moved to Omaha, Nebraska.
In 2036, I live in Central Florida with my family. I'm currently stationed at an army base in Tampa. A world war in 2015 killed me.
Well, dude, but that's what, like, St. Louis is like a place that seems like they're protecting. You know why? I think because of Mormons. Joplin, Missouri, Nebraska, all these frickin' podunk areas. Dude, they've basically been saying it. It's gonna be Armageddon along the fucking coasts, because they're gonna make it like that, and then they're gonna create their little Eden, their Zion, in fucking middle America, podunk, Nebraska. Joplin, Missouri. Zion, dude.
Nearly 3 billion people. The people that survived grew closer together. Life is centered on the family and then the community. I cannot imagine living even a few hundred miles away from my parents. There's no large industrial complex creating masses of useless food and recreational items. Food and livestock is grown and sold locally. People spend much more time reading and talking together face to face. Religion is taken seriously, and everyone can multiply and divide in their heads.
This new world is now a simpler place. More focus is placed on—
You're on the last episode of Dark Matter? Cool. I wasn't disappointed. I'm not going to tell you anything about it, but it didn't— I don't hate it. I wasn't mad at it afterwards.
Family, the community, and religion. The biggest fear John Titor has is mad cow disease, which has become a worldwide pandemic.
Dude, yeah, from the fucking human eater, from the cannibals.
John transfers into a military unit with 7 other time travelers, and their job is to go back and try and prevent as much environmental damage.
Bro, this is literally 12 Monkeys, the show. And travel, isn't it the premise of Travelers too? That Canadian time travel show? I like that one too. I like a lot of time travel stuff.
Is possible. The narrative John Titor creates is very detailed, and I'll link to a page where you can read every one of his posts. And even though people on the message board were entertained and fascinated, they were skeptical. They wanted to know, 1, can you tell us how your time travel device works? And 2, can you show us a picture of it? The answer was yes, and yes. John Titor posted diagrams of his time travel device, pictures of the operator's manual, and even pictures of the device itself. According to John, time travel is discovered in 2034 by scientists at CERN. Using this breakthrough technology, General Electric actually creates working time travel devices. These machines go through various iterations and improvements. The time travel unit John Titor uses is a C204 gravity distortion time displacement unit, which operates using microsingularities, or tiny black holes.
The source of power for the C204 that allows it to distort and manipulate gravity comes from 2 microsingularities that were created, captured, and cleaned at a much larger and circular facility. The dual event horizons of each one and their mass is manipulated by injecting electrons onto the surface of their respective ergospheres. The electricity comes from batteries. The breakthrough that will allow for this technology will occur within a year or so.
Yeah, dude, Travelers ruled. That show had serious heart, and so did 12 Monkeys. I feel like they were both like pretty low budget shows that would have been so much worse if the actors didn't like really freaking love the show. But yeah, dude, I love both of those shows. And all the writers and everyone. It felt like everyone kind of like loved those shows. You can feel that and see that sometimes, I think, when shows are really vibing and clicking.
CERN brings their larger facility online.
John Titor talks about Kerr black holes, which are black holes that rotate, and Tipler cylinders. Now, these are real theories in physics that involve time travel. One of the most interesting pieces of technology in John Titor's time machine is called a variable gravity lock system, or VGL. Since the machine only travels through time and not space, the VGL makes sure that the Earth is in the same place in orbit when it reaches its destination. Otherwise, you end up floating in space, which is not ideal.
The hard part...
And it's a fucking machine that's from GE. I'm not trusting that. I'm gonna be left in fucking random space. I know it.
Part of traveling through time is not the bending of gravity, but the plotting of your course and holding to the basic position in your environment. This is done through a system called VGL, Variable Gravity Lock. In effect, it holds you to the Earth. During travel, it periodically checks to see that the field is not varied. If it does, it stops and reverses course, or drops out at that point. Buildings and other terrain features are avoided in the same way. As soon as the VGO sensors pick up an unexpected mass in the target world line, it would shut down.
The C204 has an array of computers, clocks, and sensors to get you to the correct date. But because timelines get more and more different the further forward or back you go, the unit maxes out at about 60 years. Someone asked him about traveling back 1,000 years. John said that you wouldn't even recognize that world.
The distortion unit reaches its target destination by using very sensitive gravity sensors and atomic clocks. The basic unit of calculation is the second. So yes, in a sense you do dial in a date, and the computer system controls the distortion field. At maximum power, the unit I have is capable of traveling about 10 years an hour. Unfortunately, time travel is not an exact science. There is inherent error and chaos in the computer's ability to make accurate calculations.
Sorry.
Based on the current technology of the clocks and sensors, distortion units are only accurate to about 60 years or so. So no, in 2036 we are unable to travel back 1,000 years due to the error rate in the system. The divergence between the world line of origin and the target world line would be too great. If one were to try and travel back that far, history would look nothing like what you would expect. In other words, if I wanted to go back 2,000 years and meet Christ, there is a better than average chance I would end up on a world line where he was never born.
Hold on. One of those pictures, it looked like a bucket seat with a seatbelt.
Yep, that's because on John Titor's first trip, the time machine was mounted inside a 67 Chevy.
No, I guess a DeLorean is too on the nose.
Well, the reason for the Chevy and why John later moved the machine to a truck is because the C204 is heavy. It needs a vehicle with a suspension that can handle the weight. Plus, the time machine has to be mobile. Since it only travels through time and not space, you have to drive to your physical destination first and then move through time. He chose those vehicles because they blend into the times he was traveling to.
No, did he say what it feels like to time travel? Like, does it hurt? Does your face get all stretchy?
Well, John Titor does talk about this.
The gravity field generated by the unit overtakes you very quickly. You feel a tug toward the unit similar to rising quickly in an elevator, and it continues to rise based on the power setting the unit
Dude, that's the fucking... Isn't that the feeling? And getting a Focus 10?
Is working under. At 100% power, the constant pull of gravity can be as high as 2 Gs or more, depending on how close you are to the unit. There are no serious side effects.
And General Electric is who makes this?
But I try to avoid eating before a flight. No bright flash of light is seen. Outside, the vehicle appears to accelerate as the light is bent around it. We have to wear sunglasses.
I feel like the eating thing feels like something people would think to say if you've done it before, you know what I mean? If you've, like, actually used this machine. That's like a good detail.
Close our eyes as this happens to...
So far, this could be written by a Fed who's trying to trick us, for sure. It doesn't have that spice that EBE has yet.
Due to a short burst of ultraviolet radiation. Personally, I think it looks like you're driving under a...
This has lots of good details, though, but it could also just be a nerd.
rainbow. After that, it appears to fade to black and remains totally black until the unit is turned off. We're advised to keep the windows closed as a great deal of heat builds up outside the car. The gravity field also traps a small air pocket around the car and acts as your only O2 supply, unless you bring compressed air with you.
2 Gs, ugh. I can never time travel because of my IBS.
That's TMI.
No, it's IBS.
Never mind. Naturally, people were skeptical of all this technology, but John Titor didn't really care.
My goal is not to be believed.
The also not giving a shit, that gives it that fucking credibility that I like, you know? I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not, because it doesn't matter, because it's true. Like, someone drops that, I'm kind of listening. I'm like, alright. He doesn't give a fuck what I know? Maybe I do want to know.
Most people do not take news of the war very well.
Because I would say that about most of the shit that we talk about at this point. I don't give a fuck if you think that Paul Wysopal is Timothy McVeigh, because we know that he is. So, if you're not with the program, bite us.
Well, but I find that everyone believes it's inevitable. I watch every day what you are doing as a society. While you sit by and watch your constitution being torn away from you, you willfully eat poisoned food, buy manufactured products no one needs, and turn an uncaring eye away from millions of people suffering.
Bro, this guy's speaking my language. Dude, literally, the Nancys and all these Zionist freak Satanist ball worshippers, my balls worshippers, they literally are poisoning us with the food that we buy from them, and they're pointing and laughing at us and saying, look at how fucking stupid you are.
And dying all around you.
They literally said that they were going to do that in their little, what was their stupid silent secret wars or whatever? They're like, we're going to poison them with their own food. They're so dumb. We're going to kill all of them. Oh my God. We're going to laugh. And then we're going to frickin' do the teabagging thing like in Call of Duty and laugh at you after we kill you.
Perhaps I should let you all in on a little secret. No one likes you in the future. This time period is looked at as being full of lazy, self-centered, civically ignorant sheep. Perhaps you
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying, dog. Wake up.
should be less concerned about me and more concerned about that.
You know, he makes a lot of good points.
Dude, John Titor. Okay, I understand now kind of why Maddie's like, this dude is real.
But there's no reason to be a dick about it.
John Titor's face was never seen, his voice was never heard, and John Titor is not his real name, so there's not much we know about him. But one person did have a close relationship with John, or at least claimed to. Pamela Moore. Pamela was very active on the message boards and spent a lot of time chatting with John over IM. Before John Titor left, he said he would make a departure video and send it to Pamela.
How's she supposed to know the video's legit?
Well, because John provided Pamela with a secret song to act as a password. This is something only the two of them know, so she could identify imposters. And to this day, the departure video has not arrived, and Pamela has never revealed the secret song. On March 24th, 2001, John Titor would leave his final message and some words of wisdom.
I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post. There are only a handful of people who will know exactly when I will be leaving, and I'm sure they will let you know when I'm gone. In the last few days, I have found your choice of topics quite interesting. And from an objective viewpoint, I think it collectively answers one of your own questions. If time travel is real, where are all the time travelers? In the past, I've stated that, quite frankly, you all scare the hell out of me. And I'm sure other temporal drivers would feel the same. But now I have an expanded explanation. A while ago, I related an experience I had with my parents while we were driving down a highway. Every now and then, we would pass someone who was in obvious distress with their vehicle. I was amazed that so many people could pass them without stopping to help. Their explanation was fear. The risk of helping someone was too great, and with today's technology, they probably had a cell phone anyway. If they didn't, the walk to a gas station would be good for them and teach them a lesson for running out of gas. This is why time travelers do not show themselves. In trying to help you, we put ourselves at great risk, and there's really no point to it. I already know you won't pay any attention or believe me because we've already been through it on this world line. Besides, I think the walk to the gas station will do you some good. I also want to thank Pamela for helping me with the email and everyone else who asked intelligent and insightful questions. I have learned a great deal. My parting thought revolves around something JHC has been harping on since day one. No, I do not have a secret agenda, but I've been paying a great deal of attention to your world line. My interaction with you was not a direct mission parameter, but it was a secondary mission protocol based on standing orders given to all temporal drivers. That secondary objective is basically to gather as much information about a world line based on a set of observable variables when we first arrive. Your world line met those conditions. What amazes me is why no one here wonders why Y2K didn't hit them at all. Bring a gas can with you when the car dies on the side of the road. Farewell, John.
And John Titor was gone and hasn't been heard from since. But that was really just the beginning of the legend. When the John Titor story first landed in 2001, it was a sensation. But as the years went on, we've been able to see the accuracy of John's predictions. John predicted a civil war in the United States that would begin in 2005. Obviously, that didn't happen. But you can make the case that America has never been more divided than it is today.
Thanks, Twitter.
20% of adults in a recent survey said they believe a civil war is likely within the next 10 years. That's a high percentage. And John Titor predicted a nuclear war in 2015, and that too didn't happen. But considering current world events, the last time we were this close to nuclear war was the Cuban Missile Crisis. I actually think we're in more danger now. He predicted there would be no Olympic Games after 2004. Now, he was wrong about that, but there were no 2020 Olympics. John Titor did get a few things right. There was a mad cow disease outbreak in the early 2000s.
It's America's first confirmed case of bovine spongiform encephalitis in 6 years. BSE is mad cow.
I was trying to get this cat to come in my my little thing, but now she went under the dang dresser and she won't come out.
Disease, a potentially deadly brain-wasting infection that can be transferred to humans.
When John Titor was posting in early 2001, most people were still accessing the internet with a dial-up modem. John said in the future, the internet would look more like the current cell phone system. That's exactly right. He said that in the future, the entertainment industry would be decentralized, and anyone would be able to create video which could be watched by many people. More people watch YouTube than watch the networks or even go to the movies. John Titor was right again. He predicted breakthroughs in high-energy physics at CERN. In 2013, the Higgs boson was confirmed. Stephen Hawking originally thought that everything that enters a black hole disappears forever. Titor said that Stephen Hawking made a mistake about this. Stephen Hawking did later change his mind. Now, many of these predictions could be dismissed as educated guesses by someone who is intelligent and knew a lot about science and technology. But there's no denying that John Titor was right. As for the predictions John Titor got wrong, true believers, and there are still a lot of those, always fall back on the many worlds theory. Sure, many of John Titor's predictions were wrong in our timeline, but they came true in other timelines, and there's no way to prove this wrong.
They've been building power in the basement, in the fucking basement, like Mewtwo ever since. Hell yeah, Canna Queen, that's so true. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, last week in softball, I made this pretty sweet catch. I was trying to let the person who plays in right field, because she's not used to playing in right field, I just went to go back her up, but I wanted to let her, you know, have a chance to get the ball. But so I put my glove really, really low on the ground, and she missed it, and then I just grabbed it right at the last second and had it, and I started going, woo! Meanwhile, the dude that was on second, he tagged up, and he went and he stole third. Yeah, that's me. That's what the Americans and the Allies were doing, or the Allied and the Axis powers. They were all doing that while the Nazis fucking jacked all of our shit with the help of Alan Dulles. That's exactly what happened.
Wrong. But if you look closely at the John Titor story, you do find inconsistencies. You also find convenient coincidences. Because of these problems with the story, many believe that John Titor was a hoax. And if that's true, then who was the real John Titor? Well, there are a few suspects.
Donald Trump. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's go.
Anyone does a story about John Titor and who he actually may be, there are a few names that always pop up. The first is Joseph Matheny. He's described as a writer and transmedia artist, and he's mostly known for Ong's Hat, which was one of the first alternate reality or real-time interactive games. And Matheny makes a good case. He said that he, along with 3 other people, developed the John Titor story as a fun experiment to see if they could develop an internet myth.
Mission accomplished.
Matheny won't divulge who the other 3 people are because they're pretty high up in the entertainment industry and have reputations to protect. But a lot of the story tracks. Matheny says the time machine we see in the fuzzy photos was created by a prop designer who's worked on major movies. And John Titor fans have been able to identify pieces of the time machine that are actually real things. Matheny says the reason the messages often have different tones is because they were written by different people on the team. Matheny was responsible for character development. And the reason that John Titor's story is so similar to John Connor's is because it was intentional. And I've heard and read some interviews with Matheny, and at first I was skeptical. Initially, I didn't think he had the tech or science background to flesh out the details in the John Titor story. I was very wrong. Matheny was involved in tech since the 80s. He worked with Adobe and Netscape in the early days and holds a few patents. Also, his game Ong's Hat had references to theoretical physics. He had the tech chops and a track record.
Dude, no, that you're right. I think so, Blair. I think the link between the SS and the CIA lies in Sweden. That's my Nostradamus prediction. I think you're fucking right. Burn. Is Switzerland and Sweden the same? To me. It's somewhere in that Scandinavia weird area, you know, the type of area that does Midsommar, okay? That makes sense to me, yeah.
Record in creating online myths, he could have definitely pulled this off. Still, I'd love to see hard evidence. Matheny won't provide any, and when asked, he gets pretty annoyed. He says believe him or don't, he doesn't care. I think that after 20 years, he's sick of people asking him about John Titor. But there are more.
That seems like a Fed thing. Seems like a, no, it was me. We did the crop circles. Me and Uncle Ricky. We boozing up. We did it in 5 minutes each. 5 minutes flat. The one with the video with it happening in a flash. Have you ever given Uncle Ricky a line of meth? Holy shit.
People to look at. The other name that comes up in the John Titor story is Larry Haber and the Haber brothers. Larry Haber is a Florida-based entertainment attorney. He claims to represent John Titor's mom, Kay, and the Titor family.
Hey, how does a lawyer sleep?
I don't know how.
Oh, first he lies on one side, and then he lies on the other.
Let's go, Hecklefish.
Now, I've seen and read a number of interviews with Larry Haber. He definitely does not have the technology or science background to create John Titor. But his brothers do. Richard Haber is an IT administrator, and Maury Haber is a very senior cybersecurity professional. Maury also has a lot of experience writing about technology. And if you go down the John Titor rabbit hole on YouTube, you'll eventually run into a channel called Hoax Hunter, run by John Rasmus Houston, and I'll link to his channel below. Now, John has done a ton of research on the subject. He's tracked P.O. boxes, he's done text comparisons of Maury Haber's writing to John Titor's posts.
Dude, I love someone with a fucking grudge.
He's tracked all the usernames from John Titor's message board. I mean, this is exhaustive research. He's convinced that John Titor is actually Maury Haber, who eventually enlisted his lawyer brother to represent the story.
Now, what does a lawyer get when you give him Viagra?
What?
Taller!
Have a problem with lawyers, do you?
I've been divorced 3 times. What do you think?
Larry Haber has been attached to John Titor for years. Not only does he claim to represent the Titor family, in 2003, he registered the John Titor Foundation, LLC, a for-profit business. And this LLC published John Titor's posts as a book called A Time Traveler's Tale. Larry Haber also registered John Titor as a trademark in 2007.
So this lawyer claims to represent the Titor family, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, he's got businesses and books and is making money from this thing?
That's right.
Isn't that a conflict of interest?
I think it is, but I guess Larry Haber and the Titor family are okay with it. He won't say.
Hey, how do you get a lawyer out of a tree?
How?
Cut the rope.
Joseph Matheny said he had someone reach out to the publisher of Larry Haber's book and get it pulled. Larry Haber can't confirm that Matheny did this, but he did confirm that the book is out of print and doesn't know why.
So this Matheny guy torpedoed the lawyer?
That's what it looks like.
He's okay in my book. Hey, what do you have when a lawyer is buried up to his neck in sand?
Mundane carvings of simple handbags. Not anything special or mysterious.
Whoops. I'm sorry, Hecklefish.
Why?
So this Matheny guy torpedoed the lawyer?
That's what it looks like.
He's okay in my book. Hey, what do you have when a lawyer is buried up to his neck in sand?
What do you have?
Not enough sand. I got a million of them. Ooh, baby.
Hecklefish forever. All right, we love Hecklefish, guys. Hecklefish understands. Hecklefish gets it. Lawyers are the enemies, okay? Remember, you know how the Holocaust happened? Lawyers wrote it.
In Larry Haber's defense, even though he represents the Titor family, he doesn't claim to believe the story. He says he doesn't know one way or the other and doesn't care. He's just working for his client.
And making money from his client.
Yeah, and that. Pamela Moore said she was sent a copy of Larry Haber's book, signed by John with a song quoted at the end.
Was it the secret song?
Nope.
How do you know if a lawyer is lying? His lips
are
moving.
Over 20 years later, and the John Titor story still fascinates people. Honestly, I had never considered doing this story because it's been done so many times, but it's one of the most requested topics on the channel. I think the reason we love time travel stories is because it all comes down to possibilities and opportunities. A story about a possible future, especially such a frightening one, gives us an opportunity to reflect on our present and choose a path to avoid that dark future. Or
I wish we would reflect. Don't you guys? That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Chance to prepare for it. Think of how useful it would be if someone came back from that future to warn us, to give us the exact steps to follow to ensure our survival. Well, before John Titor disappeared, he did just that.
Do not eat or use products from any animal that is fed and eats parts of its own dead. Do not kiss or have intimate relations with anyone you do not know. Learn basic sanitation and water purification. Be comfortable around firearms. Learn to shoot and clean a gun. Get a good first aid kit and learn to use it. Find 5 people within 100 miles that you trust with your life and stay in contact with them. Get a copy of the U.S. Constitution and read it. Eat less. Get a bicycle and 2 sets of spare tires. Ride it 10 miles a week. Consider what you would bring with you if you had to leave your home in 10 minutes and never return.
Now, I don't know if the story of John Titor is real. I don't think we'll ever know. But still, my family is taking his advice. We've got the first aid kit, the bicycle, and lots of ammo. We're prepared for the future that John described. At least, as best as we can be. And it's okay if you don't believe that John Titor is from the future. It's a story that anyone would be skeptical of. But be skeptical of John Titor at your own risk. Me? I'm not willing to take the chance. Thank you so much for hanging out with me.
I mean, it's not unwise to prepare for what the fucking these Nazis are trying to do to everyone, you know. If you live in a place that you can strap it up, you know, and fucking you're comfortable with one, ain't a bad idea. Probably, I'm saying. I'm from Wisconsin though, so like guns, it's like you know, everyone's got a gun. You shoot guns when you're in Wisconsin from like birth. But I'm gonna frickin' do some LightWater. I'm also gonna turn my frickin' volume down because it's been blasting. I'm sorry. Is this okay? Is this volume okay? I hope that it's not too loud like it always has been the last couple weeks. What's up, my KnitWitches? Ooh, gonna do some LightWater, gonna make some more content just for you guys. I like making content. I like making content. I like making stuff about Paul and showing all of his fucking aunts, uncles, and their chins. We don't fuck with Paul. We don't like Paul's chin. Cause these guys are racist. I think these chins make you racist. Do these chins make you racist? Paul, what's up with these frickin' chins balls? Oh, I get it, it's your aunts. Who'll stand trap? Who'll chin strap? Happy rap-a-doodle. Look at this weird alien man. Valiant. Thor, we're on to you. Alien. What a bad one. He's a bad alien. I want you to go. Bad alien. Leave us alone. And let us build something cool, and then we'll turn on them pyramids. I'ma turn them things on board. Give you energy. And then some Wi-Fi. Seen it all before. There are my underground pyramids. There's a pyramid in Alaska, he said. What about Glacier National Park? And I said, I bet you there's one right there. Energy pyramid Paul's hiding with his family. Cause they're a bunch of Nazis. We're gonna take them pyramids back, Paul. We're gonna take them pyramids back from the child eater, child diddlers. Oh yeah, boy. Hey, Peter and Paul, and give us all of those fucking chins, boy. We're gonna take your chin strap and put them on. We're gonna strap them on, boy. I'ma strap on your chin strap, bud. I'ma strap on your chin strap, bud. I'ma strap on your chin strap and give you what you're coming for. Give you what's coming to you. Hey, Paul, I don't like your chin. I think it makes you a racist, bud. You gotta stop being. You got to stop being a racist guy, cause the chin is bad and I think it makes you little evil tiny guy. Hey Paul, do you wanna hang out for the 4th of July, bud? Will you reply back to me on Twitter, or will you DM me on TikTok with your burner account that you monitor me on? Hey Paul, what you doing with Eddie on 4th of July, bud? I hope you have fun and eat a bunch of hot dogs and maybe a couple burgers. Hope you have some fun with your family. I hope that you have a fun 4th of July for the last one that y'all let us have. And tell Eddie I said hi. Hey Eddie. Hey Ed, what's up Ed? Hope you have fun in Wisconsin. Hope you have fun with your dad, Timothy McVeigh. Hope you have so much fun, yay! Coming for you, Timmy. Coming for you, Eddie. Coming for you, Heydrich. Coming for you, Reinhardt. Coming for you, Paul. You are bitches. Anyway, have a happy frickin' 4th of July, dudes, and I'll see you on Friday, okay? I'm going to post a bunch of LightWater stuff right now, okay? I'm excited to get back into that. And then, yeah, I don't know. We'll keep exploring. Do your tapes. Don't forget your tapes, guys. The meditation, I feel like, is pretty awesome. So, stick with it. I still am, too. Okay? Ready? Have a good night, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks for chilling. Bye! The Crimson Chin. Bye. Good night, guys.